Chapter 232. A moment later, Lu Yi put away the heaven's secret contract, and an invisible force fell from the heavens and entered Feng Yu's body. "Erase your own battlefield imprint," Lu Yi ordered. Feng Yu, who was disappointed, heard this and replied happily, "Yes." A moment later, a red light on the back of Feng Yu's hand collapsed and dissipated into specks of fluorescent light. This was a sign that the battlefield imprint had been erased. Lu Yi took out his guardian envoy seal and blew a breath on it. He beckoned to Feng Yu and said, "Today I accept rogue cultivator Feng Yu as an in-name disciple of the Jade Blood Sect. I respectfully request Heaven's secret to bear witness." He placed the seal on the back of her hand. Blue light surged, and Feng Yu looked at Lu Yi with gratitude in her eyes. Although she had lost her status as a guardian envoy, it was still good to keep her life. Donate 4,000 merit points. Feng Yu hurriedly ran to the heaven's secret pillar. She was only a 7th order cultivator, so it was impossible for her to accumulate so many merit points under normal circumstances. But don't forget, she was the Feng family's guardian envoy. Naturally, she could do some things to fill her own pockets, just like how Lu Yi could give her a monthly salary. However, Lu Ye's monthly salary was earned by him and Hua Si in the Chessie, so he had no qualms about it. But the Feng family was different. Lu Yi had only decided to accept her as an in-name disciple of the Jade Blood Sect after hearing that she had more than 4,000 merit points. Simply put, this was the price for Feng Yu's life. Since he couldn't get a satisfactory ransom from the Feng family, it wasn't bad to get some merit points from Feng Yu. Otherwise, why would he kidnap her? To keep her as a vase? If he wanted to please his eyes, he could just look at Hua Si more. 5th senior brother, the donation is done. Feng Yu returned and imitated others to call Lu Yi 5th senior brother. Lu Yi glanced at her and said loudly, "Jade Blood Sect's in-name disciple Feng Yu has been disrespectful to the sect. I, Lu Yi, take away Feng Yu's status as an in-name disciple. I respectfully request Heaven's secret to bear witness." Feng Yu stared at Lu Yi in a daze. She felt the mark on the back of her hand collapse again, turning into fluorescent light and dissipating. She really didn't expect Lu Yi to burn the bridge in front of her like this. Moreover, she had only called him 5th senior brother. How was that disrespectful to the sect? Was she not affectionate enough? Only now did she realize that the only value she had to Lu Yi was those 4,000 merit points. The only reason he had taken her in as a disciple was to make it easier for her to donate merit points. Right now, she had already been squeezed dry and had no more value. Her body was a little weak, and she staggered back, her voice carrying a sobbing tone. "Do you still want to kill me?" "How could that be? No matter what, you've contributed 4,000 merit points to my sect. Moreover, I don't usually kill women. I was just scaring you before. If you want to stay, it's up to you. If you want to leave, it's up to you. That's all." After Lu Yi finished speaking, he walked to the Tianji pillar and returned to his sect, leaving Feng Yu standing there in a daze. After a while, she began to cry. She had nothing left. It was impossible for Lu Yi to take Feng Yu into his sect, not even as a rogue cultivator. No matter what, Feng Yu was the original guardian of the Feng family. He could kidnap her or kill her, but he couldn't take her in. This was related to the tacit understanding between the two camps. Otherwise, if everyone did this in the future, the captured medical cultivator would have no choice but to submit to the enemy even if she didn't die. With the Tianji contract, Lu Yi wasn't worried that Feng Yu would have any adverse thoughts about the Jade Blood Sect, so she could leave if she wanted to. If she didn't want to leave and chose to stay, even if the Myriad Devil Ridge found her, it could be explained away as the Jade Blood Sect and the Feng family failing to negotiate a ransom. It wasn't that the Jade Blood Sect didn't want to release her, but that the Feng family didn't pay enough and didn't have any sincerity. Lu Yi estimated that this woman probably wouldn't leave. The Feng family was worried that they wouldn't be able to catch her. If she dared to leave the Jade Blood Sect's encampment, she would be walking into a trap. Therefore, she would probably stay. It was equivalent to the Jade Blood Sect picking up a nameless medical cultivator for free. This was wonderful. Now that the insect tide had just passed, the Spirit Stream battlefield would probably be peaceful for a while. The two neighbors of the Jade Blood Sect had been beaten to a pulp. Whether it was the Heaven Fiend Hall or the Feng family, they no longer had the capital to fight against the Jade Blood Sect. It was the best time for the Jade Blood Sect to take over the nearby mineral veins. Hua Si would arrange this matter, so Lu Yi didn't have to worry about it. He decided to take this opportunity to go to Bright Heart Peak and learn the way of spirit tattoos from Madame Yin. It would be best if he could learn how to break arrays. After tasting the sweetness of attacking and occupying someone else's encampment, Lu Yi was now craving for more. Although killing myriad Devil Ridge cultivators could earn him merits, it wasn't as fast as attacking and occupying an encampment. Therefore, breaking arrays was the key. As long as he could break other people's defensive arrays, he could do whatever he wanted. After returning to the sect, Lu Yi called for Hupa and went straight to Bright Heart Peak. Over the past few days, he had finished constructing the 2 spirit tattoos that Madame Yun had taught him. The 2 spirit tattoos were useless numeric spirit tattoos. After familiarizing himself with them, although there were times when he failed during the construction process, he could still be considered skilled. The only thing left was the accumulation of time and experience. After stating the purpose of his visit, Madame Yun laughed. "You want to break other people's defensive arrays?" "Yes." Madame Yun shook her head and said, "That's too far away for you. If you want to break arrays, you have to know how to set up arrays first." "Do you know how to set up arrays?" "No, I can learn." Madame Yun pondered for a moment and said, "Originally, with your attainments in the way of spirit tattoos, you shouldn't have come into contact with these things so early. However, your talent is extraordinary, and you've also obtained the inheritance of a spirit tattooist. You can't be judged by common sense and can speed up the progress of your cultivation. Before that, I'll test you." She raised her hand, and several books flew over and placed in front of Lu Yi. "I'll give you half a day to finish reading these books." After Madame Yin left, Lu Yi picked up one of the books and studied it carefully. He had brought back a lot of books from Madame Yin, and those books recorded the basics of spirit tattoos. Now, the content recorded in these books had obviously exceeded the scope of the basics and reached the practical stage. Moreover, they all explained how to break spirit tattoos. Since spirit tattoos could be constructed, they could also be broken. Breaking spirit tattoos was a method to break arrays. No matter what kind of array it was, spirit tattoos played a role in it. If the spirit tattoos in the array were broken, the array would naturally be unable to be maintained. The foundation that he had laid before came in handy at this time. Otherwise, even if Lu Yi held these books, he wouldn't be able to understand what they said. Lu Yi studied with all his heart. Occasionally, when he saw something wonderful, he would have a feeling of understanding. Many things that he had been puzzled about before were answered at this moment. The harvest was huge. Half a day's time was just enough for Lu Yi to study these books once. Madame Yun returned and took out a 10-inch square crystal slab, which was inlaid with spirit stones. As her spirit power surged, a spirit tattoo immediately appeared on the crystal slab. If such a spirit tattoo was not constantly replenished with spirit power, it would disappear very quickly. The spirit stones inlaid on the crystal slab were used to replenish spirit power, so it could be maintained after it was constructed. "Break it." Madame Yun handed the crystal slab to Lu Yi. Lu Yi took it solemnly and channeled his spirit power into the spirit tattoo, sensing the structure of this spirit tattoo. If he wanted to break a spirit tattoo, he first had to understand the structure of this spirit tattoo, which was the most basic analysis. At the very least, he had to know how much yin and yang energy this spirit tattoo was made up of. Only then could he have a chance of breaking it. If he couldn't figure it out, it would be impossible to break it. The way to break a spirit tattoo was to build the opposite foundation and let the spirit tattoo gradually melt. In other words, if he wanted to break a spirit tattoo, he had to build something that was completely opposite to the foundation. Lu Yi had done the analysis of spirit tattoos before, so he naturally had experience. Therefore, after observing for a moment, he knew what to do. Then he channeled his spirit power and tried to break the spirit tattoo. But soon, the spirit tattoo suddenly became chaotic and his spirit power exploded. The first attempt failed. Madame Yin took the crystal slab and constructed an identical spirit tattoo before handing it to Lu Yi. Lu Yi continued to try to break it. He failed again and again. After each failure, Madame Yin would reconstruct the spirit tattoo and hand it to Lu Yi again. She didn't get tired of it. Time passed slowly. His progress wasn't fast, but Lu Yi wasn't impatient. Instead, he accumulated experience through his failures and searched for the trick. Madame Yin said that his talent in the Tao of Spirit Tattoo was extraordinary. In fact, this wasn't his own talent, but because of the talent tree. Every time he obtained Spirit Tattoo from the talent tree, he would be able to obtain all the knowledge about that Spirit Tattoo at the same time. It was deeply rooted, as if he had cultivated it himself. The knowledge that came with those spirit tattoos was often used with other spirit tattoos. However, it was Lu Ye's own ability to use these common knowledge. After a full 6 hours, Lu Yi had only broken less than 20% of the spirit tattoo. Based on this speed, it would take at least a few days of cultivation and some luck to completely break this spirit tattoo. However, this wasn't the case. After another 2 hours, Lu Ye's progress improved by leaps and bounds, directly breaking 80% of the spirit tattoo. This was because he had found some practical tricks from his repeated failures. After another 2 hours, the spirit tattoo was finally completely broken. Madame Yun nodded. Not bad. You didn't study for nothing. It's late. Come back tomorrow and continue. Yes. Lu Yi got up and took a few books that he hadn't read from Madame Yun before riding Hoopa back to Zhengshou Peak. A moment later, he squatted at the kitchen door with a big bowl in his arms and stuffed himself with food. His mind was filled with spirit tattoo matters, and Shui Yuan kept adding food to his bowl. An hour later, Lu Yi returned to the encampment with a round belly. He didn't know why he had eaten so much today. Days passed. Lu Yi went to Bright Heart Peak to learn the Tao of Spirit Tattoo from Madame Yun during the day, and returned to the encampment to cultivate and read at night. Every day was very fulfilling. He didn't go to the Mirage Realm again. Before he had the confidence to pass all 9 stages in one go, Lu Yi didn't plan to enter. Although he had a total of 5,000 merit points now, he couldn't waste them. Chapter 233. After returning from the Go Sea, Lu Yi had 5,352 merit points. Later on, he spent 2,000 merit points to buy 10 sets of Earth Core Fire and frequently entered the Mirage Realm to train. As a result, his merit points gradually decreased. In the process of dealing with the insect tide, he obtained a lot of merit points. Later on, Hua CI decided to give him a portion of his monthly salary, which was 5,000 merit points. Therefore, Lu Yi didn't lack merit points for the time being. In order to speed up the process of learning spiritual runes from Madame Yin, he bought 10 sets of Earth Core Fire from the Tianji Treasure Vault and let the talent tree devour them one by one. This was because he discovered that the more spiritual runes he mastered, the higher his attainment in spiritual runes would be. It would also be easier for him to learn other things related to spiritual runes. This led to his cultivation of spiritual runes at Madame Yin's place to make rapid progress, which was greatly praised by Madame Yin. On the first day, he spent an entire day to barely decipher one spiritual rune. However, on the second day, he only took 4 hours to decipher one spiritual rune. On the third day, it only took him an hour to decipher one spiritual rune. After 5 to 6 days, no matter how complicated the spiritual rune constructed by Madame Yin was, Lu Yi could decipher it in a short time. Deciphering a single spiritual rune was no longer difficult for him. Therefore, Madame Yun constructed a mosaic type of spiritual inscription. The so-called mosaic type of spiritual inscription was to use a special method to combine 2, 3, or even more spiritual inscriptions together. Then, these spiritual inscriptions would influence each other and exert a stronger effect. This kind of mosaic type of spirit inscriptions also had another name, and that was restriction. Lu Yi had studied restriction in the past and was confused because he found that the so-called restriction was built with spiritual runes as the foundation. However, at that time he didn't systematically learn spiritual runes, so he didn't know much about it and didn't understand it. Now that he had received Madame Yun's guidance, his attainment in spiritual runes was no longer the same as before. The number of restrictions depended on the number of spiritual runes that formed the restriction. For example, the reason why Lu Ye's Panshan saber was called a 9 restriction spiritual weapon was because it was engraved with 9 spiritual runes. These 9 spiritual runes were cleverly embedded together to form a whole. Lu Yi started with the mosaic spirit inscriptions that were used to decipher 2 restrictions, then quickly increased to decipher 3 restrictions, then 4 restrictions. Right now, when he was learning from Madame Yun, it felt like he was playing a game with Madame Yun. Madame Yun would use spirit runes to set questions, and Lu Yi would then solve them. Maybe to those who didn't know much about the Tao of spirit runes, this kind of thing would be very boring. However, Lu Yi felt that it was very interesting because the process of deciphering it was different every time. Moreover, with the accumulation of experience and Madame Yun's guidance, he could also learn a lot of useful knowledge and techniques. After returning from senior apprentice Sister Shuiyuan, Hua Xiai went straight to the technique practicing room. Like Lu Yi, she often spent the night in the technique practicing room, so she didn't pay much attention to her lifestyle. Compared to her days in Ing Mountain, her current life undoubtedly made her feel more comfortable. She didn't have to work hard every day to set up a stall. There were many junior brothers and sisters in the sect, and there was also a second senior sister in the sect who could teach her. Moreover, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the station was much richer than in Ing Mountain. Since Lu Yi brought her to Blue Blood sect, she slowly fell in love with it. Under senior apprentice sister Shui Yuan's guidance, her medical skills also improved by leaps and bounds. With a gentle smile on her face that made people feel warm, she greeted the junior brothers and sisters she met on the way and pushed open the door to her technique practicing room. Suddenly, she paused, took a few steps back and looked around. Yes, this was her technique practicing room, but there was one more person in the room. She looked carefully again, and only then did she see what the person was doing. She laughed involuntarily. Was he finally going to make a move on those stocks? In the past, she had thought of sending these things to the nearest Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance to get rid of them. But when her second senior sister learned of this matter, she told her to keep these things because Lu Yi might need them at some point. Now it seemed that it was time for them to come in handy. Entering the technique practicing room and closing the door, Hua Xiai walked in front of Lu Yi and saw him sitting in the corner. There were some storage bags piled up on his left and right sides. There were more on the left side and very few on the right side, only a dozen or so. Hua Xiai casually took one of the dozen or so storage bags on the right side. After a brief inspection, she found that these storage bags, which were originally locked, had been opened, and the things inside could be taken out. After learning from Madame Yun to crack the spiritual inscriptions for half a month, Lu Yi still had a long way to go before he could crack other people's great protective array, but cracking the restriction in the storage bag was not a big problem. The storage bag was actually sewn with a special kind of demonic beast skin. This kind of demonic beast skin had the characteristic of expanding space when it came into contact with spiritual power. After some processing, it was most suitable to be used to make storage bags. It was not difficult to cultivate this kind of demonic beast. Many sects in 9 regions cultivated this kind of demonic beast and sold the demonic beast skin to increase the sect's income. There were even some sects that specialized in making money from this. Because of this, the storage bag itself was not very valuable because the cost of making a storage bag was not high. Every storage bag was branded with spiritual inscriptions by a spiritual tattooist. Different spiritual tattooists had different habits, so the types of spiritual inscriptions they engraved were different. However, without exception, there would be a restriction with deflagration as the core. This restriction was the key to the storage bag. This restriction used deflagration as the core and was constructed by a special method. If it rashly came into contact with strange spiritual power, it would quickly burn up and then destroy the entire storage bag. That was why there was a restriction lock. Every storage bag had a restriction lock, and the key to open the lock was the spiritual power of a practitioner. Of course, because of this restriction, there was another profession in the cultivation world called locksmith. Lu Yi had invited a locksmith to open the storage bag in the Tinji Business Alliance. He had made a profit and lost a lot. In short, there were risks in lockpicking, so he should be cautious in his investment. With Lu Ye's current attainments in spiritual tattoos, he was more than qualified to be a locksmith. According to Madame Yin, those who were really talented in spiritual tattoos would not be locksmiths. The so-called locksmiths were just dabblers in spiritual tattooists who could not enter the Hall of Elegance. However, Lu Yi now needed such experience to train himself. Although learning from Madame Yin made rapid progress, there was no harm in seeing the means of other spiritual tattooists. This was also Madame Yin's suggestion. According to her, spiritual tattoos required talent, skill, practice, and accumulation. None of them could be omitted. Just as Hua Xiai was checking those storage bags, Lu Yi suddenly threw out the storage bag in his hand. Before it fell to the ground, the storage bag burned up and soon turned into ashes. Hua Xiai looked up at him. "Did I disturb you?" "No." Lu Yi picked up another storage bag expressionlessly and continued to crack the restriction inside. Although he had a very high success rate now, there were always times when he failed. This was unavoidable in the early stage. A moment later, he opened the storage bag in his hand. After checking it for a while, he threw it aside. Generally speaking, those guardians and deputy guardians who participated in the defense of Ling Shi were not too poor. There were always some spiritual stones, spiritual pills, spiritual talismans, and the like in their storage bags. However, they did not see any good things that would make their eyes light up. Everyone knew that participating in the defense of Ling Shi was a very dangerous thing. If they really carried any good things with them and were killed, wouldn't it be convenient for the enemy? Therefore, the things in these storage bags were generally very practical and not too valuable. And these things were exactly what Hua Xiai needed now. With so many things in the storage bags accumulated together, it was also a considerable amount of wealth. In the dead of night, Lu Yi unlocked the storage bags, while Hua Xiai sat cross-legged in the center of the spirit-gathering array to cultivate. It was not until dawn that Lu Yi finished dealing with all the storage bags. Among them, there were about a dozen destroyed storage bags, which was not a lot. In terms of efficiency, it was already very good. After all, Lu Yi had never done this before. He had to keep up the good work. Lu Yi stood up and stretched lazily. "I'm going to Bright Heart Peak. If there's anything, send me a message." When passing by Hua Xiai, he rubbed her head, left the sentence, and pushed the door open. "Sixth Senior Sister." A clear voice sounded outside the door, as if he had been waiting. Their eyes met, and Hishin was stunned. Fifth Senior Brother?" Her gaze moved past Lu Yi and saw Hua Xiai in the cultivation room, who was tidying up her hair. The smile on her face slowly stiffened. "Don't block the way." Lu Yi raised his hand and pressed her head, pulled Hishin to the side, and walked straight in the direction of Tinji Hall. On this day, many people saw Hishin wandering around the encampment like a zombie. From time to time, she muttered things like, "No chance, I've been beaten to it," and so on. During the day, She studied the way of spirit tattoos at Madame Yen's place as usual. When she returned to the encampment at night, Lu Yi did not go to the cultivation room, but went straight to the market. This market was originally a gathering place for rogue cultivators, and Chinyu was in charge of managing it. Later, the rogue cultivators either became registered disciples of the Jade Blood Sect or attached themselves to the Jade Blood Sect, so the market was preserved. Compared to before, the market's popularity did not decrease, but increased because more rogue cultivators came here. There were even rogue cultivators attached to the nearby Haotian Alliance who came here because of its reputation. This made the market's popularity high. Lu Yi naturally did not stop the disciples and rogue cultivators from coming here to do some small business to subsidize their cultivation. The Jade Blood sect did not have as many rules as other sections. There was only one rule, and that was as long as they did not do anything harmful to the Jade Blood sect. Moreover, because the two nearby forces of the Myriad Devil Ridge had been crippled some time ago, the range of activities of the Jade Blood sect's disciples had increased. The greater the range of activities, the greater the harvest. Lu Yi walked all the way here and found a quiet corner. He took out a sign that he had prepared long ago from his storage bag and put it aside. Then he took out a book to study with a leisurely expression. Fifth Senior Brother. Some passers-by saw him and hurriedly bowed. Soon they saw the sign placed beside Lu Yi and could not help but read out, Free Unlock. Chapter 234. Fifth Senior Brother, you can open storage bags? The disciple was curious. He had never seen his fifth senior brother with this ability before. Yes. Please wait a moment, senior brother. The disciple hurriedly left and soon returned, handing a storage bag to Lu Yi. Please help me open this storage bag. Fifth senior brother. This was what Lu Yi had chosen from the pile of loot after the insect tide. At that time, there were hundreds of storage pouches piled up in the square, which was why Lu Yi had come here to unlock them for free. Hua Si's storage bag had been dealt with, but the cultivators under the sect still had a lot to deal with. Most of these storage bags came from the Feng clan, so their quality was definitely not as good as Hua Si's. No one knew what was inside. There might be something good, but there might also be a pile of trash. Therefore, the people who obtained the storage bags kept them and didn't go to the nearby Tianji Business Union to open them. They didn't want to lose money. Lu Yi took the storage bag and began to open it. Soon, a group of people gathered around him. Everyone had heard that Lu Yi was helping people open their storage bags for free, so they all came over to take a look. As his spiritual power surged, Lu Yi suddenly frowned. He raised his hand and threw the storage bag in his hand into the air. Everyone looked up, only to see the storage bag burst into flames and turn into a fireball in the blink of an eye. Lu Yi also looked up with a frown. Bad start. The first storage bag was destroyed. Originally, he wanted to use his skills to build a good reputation among the disciples. That way, he would have more storage bags to open. But in the end, he set off fireworks for everyone. The lively scene suddenly quieted down, and the disciples all felt awkward. Fifth senior brother. The disciple who came over with the storage bag looked at Lu Yi pitifully. Yours is gone. Lu Yi looked at him calmly. There's a risk in opening it. Oh, the disciple was dejected. His storage bag was destroyed because of his fifth senior brother. How could he ask his fifth senior brother to compensate? He could only accept his bad luck and comfort himself that the storage bag must be a pile of trash. He didn't feel bad about it at all. Lu Ye's gaze swept across the surroundings. The disciples avoided his gaze, and some even hid their storage pouches behind their backs. You, Lu Yi pointed at a disciple, give me the storage pouch you're hiding behind you. The disciple was grief-stricken. How could he dare to disobey? He slowly walked up to Lu Yi and handed over the storage pouch that he had hidden earlier. He cautiously said, Fifth senior brother, I'm not in a hurry. Take your time. Lu Yi circulated his spirit energy to break the seal. This time, things went very smoothly. A moment later, Lu Yi threw the bag of holding back to him. All right. The disciple was slightly startled. He hurriedly checked and found that the storage bag was indeed opened. He didn't know what good things were inside. He suddenly looked up and laughed. Haha, I'm rich. He chuckled and hurriedly bowed to Lu Yi. Many thanks, fifth senior brother. Next, Lu Yi waved his hand. He really could open the restriction lock. The group of onlookers was surprised. The first storage bag had been destroyed by Lu Yi, so no one dared to try again. Who would have thought that the second one would succeed? Fifth senior brother, this is mine. A female cultivator stepped forward and handed over the storage pouch she had obtained earlier. Lu Yi broke the seal once more and threw it to her after a moment. Thank you, fifth senior brother. You're amazing. The female cultivator praised Lu Yi and ran off happily. With 2 successful precedents, more people dared to try. He succeeded more than 10 times in a row without a single failure. This made the cultivators more confident in Lu Yi. From the looks of it, the first storage bag that was destroyed was not because Lu Yi's skills were bad, but because of luck. The news spread like wildfire, and soon a large number of cultivators gathered and took the initiative to line up. There were occasional failures, but the situation was much better than yesterday. The result of failure was the destruction of the storage pouch. Regarding that, the few disciples could only admit that they were unlucky. He busied himself until dawn before Lu Yi stood up and stretched lazily. He waved his hand and said, Everyone disperse. We'll continue tonight. For the next few days, Lu Yi set up a stall in the market and only stopped after he had dealt with all the spoils of war that the disciples had obtained previously. With the accumulation of experience in opening locks and the learning from Madame Yun during the day, his attainments in the Tao of spirit tattoos continued to improve. With the improvement of his attainments, it was easier to understand those books. The knowledge he gained from the books increased his own attainments, forming a virtuous cycle. The game with Madame Yun began to level up. Simple breaking of seals was no longer difficult for Lu Yi. Madame Yun began to set up formations for him to break. This was the direction that Lu Yi wanted to learn. His ultimate goal was to break the sect-protecting formations of the various myriad Devil Ridge stations. As long as he had the ability, he could get as many merits as he wanted in the future. A cultivator's daily life, cultivation, and even combat were closely related to spirit tattoos. Therefore, many cultivators were no stranger to spirit tattoos and could even construct some spirit tattoos. However, they were far from being a real spirit tattooist. Take formation cultivation as an example. In fact, it was also a branch of spirit tattooists because setting up a formation involved spirit tattoos. It could be said that any spirit tattooist was an outstanding formation cultivator. But a formation cultivator was not equal to a spirit tattooist. Today, Lu Yi was aware of Madame Yun's teaching guidelines. Everything started from cracking seals. It was the same when she asked Lu Yi to analyze those numerical spirit tattoos at the beginning. Madame Yun didn't teach Lu Yi how to construct restrictions, but Lu Yi had deciphered so many restriction locks on storage pouches during this period of time, so he was already very familiar with the structure of restriction locks. If he had suitable materials, he could even make his own storage pouch right now. Of course, he couldn't guarantee the success rate, but practice made perfect. This was the wisdom of Madame Yun's teaching. First break, then build. When Lu Yi was able to easily break those restrictions, he naturally understood how to construct them. This was because he understood every part of those restrictions very well. Right now, Madame Yun had not taught Lu Yi how to set up the formations. But in the process of breaking the formations, Lu Yi would naturally understand how the formations worked. Once he had perfectly broken through the various formations, he would be able to set up the formations himself. On Mingxin Peak, Madame Yun looked at Lu Yi, who was focused on breaking the formations, with a complicated expression. In her early years, She had actually taught a few disciples, but she had never used this method to teach any of them. This was because, although this method was effective quickly, the requirements for talent were too high. If one's talent was insufficient, it would even have the opposite effect. At first, she just tried it a little to see the effect. If it was not suitable, she would change to the normal teaching method. That method was effective slowly, but it was more reliable. However, during this period of time, she found that Lu Yi was very suitable for this teaching method, which made her want to take Lu Yi as her disciple again. The disciples she had taught in her early years were no longer there. As a top spirit tattooist, it was very sad that no one could inherit her mantle. If it was the young man in front of her, he could definitely carry forward her mantle and even surpass her. This idea surged in her heart every day, and finally she could not suppress it. Leaving Lu Yi to break the formations alone, Madame Yin walked out, jumped, and rushed to Shojin Peak. At the same time, the headmaster, who was teaching Yi in Shojin Peak, turned his head to look at Mingxin Peak and hurriedly said, "That's all for today. Go back and practice more." "Yes," Yi responded respectfully. However, she saw the headmaster hurriedly run out, and then the headmaster's fawning voice came from outside. "Yin, or why are you here? Yina?" Yi's eyes were full of doubts. She followed him out and saw an unfamiliar beautiful woman standing in front of the headmaster with a cold face. The headmaster changed his usual dignified appearance and was smiling wholeheartedly. This was that Madame Yin, right? Yi suddenly remembered that Lu Yi had mentioned a person, and Hupa had also talked to her about this. After all, Lu Yi often rode Hupa to Mingxin Peak, and Hupa had seen Madame Yin several times. "Sure." Shui Yuan appeared out of nowhere and pulled her into the room. Then she reached out and tore the window paper, sticking one eye on it to look outside. Seeing this, Yi learned from her. "The old man is going to be beaten," Shui Yuan suddenly said. "What?" Yi was shocked. As soon as her voice fell, the dignified Madame Yin punched out, causing the headmaster's head to fly back. With the headmaster's head as the epicenter, a burst of qi exploded. Yi trembled. She felt that Madame Yin's punch could shatter a mountain peak. She didn't know why the headmaster was being beaten, but she saw that the headmaster didn't get angry after being beaten. He wiped the blood from his nose as if nothing had happened and sighed. Yi is already a disciple of Jade Blood Sect. How can he casually take an outsider as his master? Casually? Outsider? Madame Yin's tone suddenly rose. "You're telling me now that I'm an outsider?" No, listen to my explanation." "All right, I'm an outsider." Madame Yin was furious, and the spiritual energy around her began to surge. "Then let me, an outsider, experience the skills of Jade Blood Sect's headmaster." Boom, boom, boom. Outside, powerful spiritual energy, fluctuations exploded. Yi watched as the headmaster was sent flying and then disappeared without a trace. Running out to take a look, she saw two figures chasing each other in the sky. It was very lively. From time to time, powerful spiritual energy fluctuations would spread out, but looking at it, it was the headmaster who was being beaten. Facing Madame Yin's continuous attacks, he was at most defending himself and never retaliating. "AI." Shui Yuan sighed. Yi was very worried. "Headmaster won't be beaten to death, right? The old man's bones are tough, he won't die. Also, this kind of thing happens a few times every year. You'll get used to it in the future." Yi was puzzled. The headmaster was only a spiritual cultivator. Was it really okay for him to be beaten like this? Also, what did it mean that this kind of thing happened a few times every year? She suddenly felt that it really wasn't easy for the headmaster to live until now. Chapter 235. Inside the Mirage Realm, Lu Yi was surrounded by two streams of light as he wielded his mountain coiling saber. Insects from the 7th layer fell to the ground one after another. In her spare time while learning the Tao of spiritual tattoos from Madame Yin, Lu Yi found a suitable spiritual weapon from Hua Xiai. Right now, he was controlling 2 spirit artifacts. These 2 spirit artifacts were similar in appearance, and their power was also about the same. Although he wasn't as talented as Li Baxian in the Tao of artifact manipulation, he was definitely not bad. Because he was a spirit tattooist, his control of spirit energy was far better than cultivators of the same level. And because of his talent tree, his spirit energy was extremely pure. So if Lu Yi wanted, he should be able to control 3 or even 4 spirit artifacts. However, artifact manipulation was extremely taxing. Why were most spirit stream realm cultivators only able to control artifacts? It was because they couldn't control a second artifact manipulation. If they forced it, it would only greatly reduce the power of their artifact manipulation. It was better to focus on one artifact manipulation. At this stage, Lu Yi felt that 2 spirit artifacts were enough for him. Any more, and it would be a burden on him. The 2 spirit artifacts flew back and forth, making it difficult for insects from the 7th layer to get close. Even if they broke through the blockade of the artifact manipulation and rushed to Lu Ye's front, they would only be courting death. After a while, the artifact manipulation returned, and the corpses of 9 insects were neatly lying around. He had broken through the 9th layer. The corpses suddenly disappeared, and a thick fog rolled in front of him, as if something was about to rush out. "It's coming! It's coming!" Lu Yi looked up expectantly. When he was in the 6th order spirit stream realm, he had killed his way through the 9th layer of the insect race. Then a cultivator rushed out of the fog, but after that he broke through to the 7th order. As a result, after entering the mirage realm, he started killing insects again. Although killing insects could also temper one's fighting skills, it was not as effective as fighting cultivators. So, Lu Yi had always wanted to kill his way through the 9th layer of the insect race to see if another cultivator would jump out. Before, his strength hadn't improved much, so he didn't waste his merit points. Now that he could control 2 spirit artifacts, his strength had increased, so killing insects was much easier. In the thick fog, a figure rushed out of the fog. The person held a long spear, which was surrounded by light, and stabbed straight at Lu Ye's face. Lu Yi was overjoyed. It seemed like it was just as he had guessed. As long as he could kill all the insectoids in one go, he would be greeted by cultivators. Of course, this was not a living person, but a mirage. He could not even see what the cultivator looked like, nor could he tell his gender. The cultivator was wrapped in a thick fog. After an incense stick's worth of time, Lu Ye's eyes snapped open in the training room, his face slightly pale. He raised his hand and rubbed his head. The Mirage Realm was a good place. The only flaw was that every time he died, his head felt like it was being pricked by a needle. It was extremely painful. He had just killed several cultivators in the Mirage Realm. The way the cultivators appeared was not the same as the insect clan. The number of insect clan members increased gradually from 1 to 9, but their cultivation level did not change. As for the cultivators, their cultivation levels gradually increased, and there was only one of them. However, those cultivators who were shrouded in thick fog and whose faces and genders couldn't be seen clearly were no different from living people when they fought. They could use the power of artifact controlling spells and knew some exquisite techniques. Their cultivation level gradually increased from the 7th order to the 8th order, and then to the 9th order. Because Lu Yi was fighting a tag team battle, there was no chance for him to catch his breath. After each enemy died, a stronger one would rush out from the fog. So even if he went all out, he couldn't last long. When he faced the first 9th order Realm Master, he was cut to pieces with a single flying sword. Lu Yi was not depressed at all. Instead, he felt that it was worth it. The feeling of death in the Mirage Realm was extremely real. This kind of tempering allowed him to constantly familiarize himself with the fighting styles of cultivators from various sections. This way, when he encountered enemies on the battlefield in the future, he would be able to deal with them. Checking his battlefield mark. Name, Lu Yi identity. Blue Blood Sect Disciple Cultivation. 135 apertures location. Spirit Stream Battlefield Merit Points, 2,950. A cultivator with 108 apertures was at the 7th order, and 144 apertures was at the 8th order. It had been almost a month since the insect tide. Even though Lu Yi had to study the Tao of spirit runes with Madame Yun during the day and only cultivate it at night, he could not withstand the rich world energy in the encampment. Furthermore, he had no shortage of spirit stones and spirit pills. Hua Xiai had a lot of spirit stones and spirit pills, all of which were found in the storage bags. The cultivators who died in the chess sea did not have many other things, but they had a lot of spirit stones and spirit pills. Now, Hua Xiai had benefited from them. If Lu Yi did not have them, he could just take them from her. With such a good cultivation environment, no shortage of resources, spirit gathering spirit runes, and gluttonous meal, even if Lu Yi deliberately slowed down his cultivation speed, he still opened 135 apertures. He was getting closer and closer to the 8th order, which also meant that he would soon leave the encampment. There were not many rules in the Spirit Stream battlefield, but there were some hidden rules. Although the cultivators of the two camps wanted to kill the other side, they would still act within the rules. For example, if they captured the medical cultivators of the other camp, they would not kill them. Instead, they would wait for the other side to pay a ransom. For example, only cultivators of the 7th order and below moved in the outer ring of the battlefield, unless it was necessary. This was also the reason why the outer ring encampments were basically only 7th order cultivators. Did those sects not have cultivators above the 7th order? Of course, but they were not in their sects encampments. When cultivators reached the 7th order, they would basically rush towards the inner ring. One reason was that once one's cultivation was high enough, killing cultivators with low cultivation in the outer ring would not only not give them any merit points, they might even lose them. The gains would not make up for the losses. The second reason was that the further one went, the richer the world energy, and naturally the easier it was to cultivate. A 7th order cultivator cultivating in the outer ring for a year might not be as good as cultivating in the inner ring for half a year. If one went to the inner ring, the results would be better, but of course, it would also be more dangerous. Since one had embarked on the path of cultivation, one would have to fight with others and the heavens, who would not want to go higher. Every cultivator would try their best to improve their own cultivation. Under the huge wave of confrontation between the two camps, one could not control one's own fate if they remained stagnant. In fact, Lu Yi had long planned to go to the inner ring, but when the Blue Blood sect was just established, he could not leave as the station encampment guardian. Although he did not care much on weekdays, as long as he was in the encampment, he could stabilize the people's hearts. Now that the encampment was stable, Hua Xiai was enough. Although she had now broken through to the 7th order and could not stay here for too long, she could still hold on for a while. There would always be disciples who could take up the mantle in the future. Guyang and Hixin were good candidates. Lu Yi could find an opportunity to turn them into official disciples. Kong Niu's cultivation was good enough, but his temperament was too dull. He could kill enemies and set fires, but he could not manage the encampment. Of course, there was another reason why Lu Yi wanted to enter the inner ring. It was related to the future of the Blue Blood sect's disciples. He's almost at the 8th order. At the dinner table, Shui Yuan looked at Lu Yi with a complicated expression. When little junior brother returned to the sect, he was only at the 5th order. How many months had it been? He was actually almost at the 8th order. His cultivation speed was too fast. It is indeed time to go to the inner ring. When are you going? In half a month. I want to learn more about spirit veins from Madame Yun. Speaking of Madame Yun, Lu Yi remembered what happened last time. From what Yi said, last time Madame Yun came over and beat up the sect master, what happened? He only learned about it afterward. At that time, he was cracking the spirit array arranged by Madame Yun at Bright Heart Peak and did not notice the movements outside. The love and hate of the older generation. Anyway, it's just like that. Don't worry about it. It's been like this for so many years. Lu Yi did not ask anymore. Shui Yuan said, "Our sect's only Azure Cliff Mountain is now an alliance sect. Azure Cliff Mountain broke through to the 6th Order last time and happens to be in the inner ring. You can go to Azure Cliff Mountain. I will greet them first." The disciples of the various sects had close contact with each other. It felt like an exchange. No need to trouble yourself. I am not only going to hone myself, but also have an immature idea. Oh, let's hear it. Just as you said, second senior sister, our sect's only Azure Cliff Mountain is now an alliance sect. I took a look, and Azure Cliff Mountain's encampment is very far from Blue Blood sect's encampment. In the future, when the sect's disciples reach the 7th Order, they can't all go to Azure Cliff Mountain. The journey is too far. 7th Order cultivators can't make it. Shui Yuan nodded. That's right. I heard that the Guardian Envoys can form an alliance contract? Yes, but if it's formed by the Guardian Envoys, the effects will be limited to the battlefield. If the sect master personally took action, the effects of the alliance contract would not be limited to the battlefield. It would also include the 9 provinces and other places. That's enough. What I am thinking is that I won't step down from my position as the Guardian Envoys for the time being. I will go to the inner ring, first to find some sects and form an alliance contract with their Guardian Envoys. This way, the disciples will have more opportunities in the future. That's fine. But little junior brother, do you have any connections? Naturally, I have some connections. Last time in the chess sea, he got to know many sect guardians, including many from the inner ring and core ring. You can make your own decisions. You are the Guardian Envoys of the encampment. You can do whatever you want. I will go ask the sect master. Lu Yi stood up and suddenly remembered something. Right. What happened to 4th senior brother's spirit aperture? In the past, he only knew that his 4th senior brother was very strong, but recently, he heard some rumors about Li Baxian. Shui Yuan sighed. He was too sharp. Coupled with his blue blood sect background, he was targeted by Myriad Demon Ridge. His spirit aperture was broken, and there was no way to repair it? There is a spirit pill in the Heavenly Secret Treasure House that can repair it, but it requires a lot of merit points. Lu Yi nodded and headed to the sect master's quarters. After asking for instructions and obtaining the sect master's approval, Lu Yi felt more confident. Chapter 236. During the day, he would go to Madame Yun's place to learn spirit runes, and at night he would return to the station to cultivate and rest. Madame Yun was quite worried when she learned that Lu Yi would go to the inner circle soon. But she also knew that Lu Yi couldn't stay in the outer circle forever. As a 7th Order cultivator, it was safe for him to stay in the outer circle, but it didn't have much meaning for his growth. After all, cultivating behind closed doors didn't have much future. Strength wasn't something that could be obtained through hard work. Nowadays, the leaders of the 2 camps had walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. She could only teach Lu Yi as much as possible about spirit runes so that he could protect himself. In addition, she gave Lu Yi 2 treasures in private. She was very satisfied with Lu Ye's talent in spirit runes. She only needed to demonstrate a few things, and Lu Yi understood most of them. If she could really accept Lu Yi as her disciple, it would save her time and effort to teach him. But that hateful old thing Tang, Yifeng, refused to let go. It really made her feel helpless. Half a month passed in a flash. In front of the Divine Secret Hall, Lu Yi looked at the people who had come to see him off and said, "I'll go and greet all of you first. Cultivate well when I'm not here. I hope everyone can go to the inner circle and even the core circle as soon as possible." He then looked at Hua Xiai. "I'll leave the station to you." Hua Xiai nodded gently. "Be careful." Lu Yi looked at He Shi-in in the crowd. She lowered her head, clenched her fists, and shook her shoulders. He didn't know what she was doing. He Shi-in. "Here." He Shi-in suddenly raised her head. "What do you want to say?" "Ah, Oh, fifth senior brother, you're leaving. What will I do without you at the station? I'm so reluctant. Haha. Lu Yi looked at her expressionlessly and said lightly, If you're reluctant, then come with me. You're almost at the seventh order. You can go to the inner circle with this cultivation. It'll relieve your boredom on the way. I don't want to. Shiin flatly refused. My cultivation is still low. If I go with fifth senior brother, I'll drag you down. I think I need to cultivate more at the station. Lu Yi looked at her deeply, raised his hand to his mouth, and whistled. A huge shadow descended from the sky, caught a blood-red trout thrown by Lu Yi, and then squatted to the side. Lu Yi jumped onto the eagle's back with Yi by her side. On her shoulder was a foot-long snow-white kitten. The white kitten yawned and whimpered in a childish voice, knowing that Lu Yi was going to enter the inner circle. Yi had been following him closely since 3 days ago, afraid that Lu Yi would lose her. During the last battle, Lu Yi had not brought her along. Although Yi did not express it on the surface, she was still a little unhappy in her heart. This time, no matter what, she could not let Lu Yi leave her behind. Lu Yi didn't intend to leave her behind, so he naturally brought her along. As for the foot-long snow-white kitten, it looked like a cat, but upon closer inspection, it was actually a tiger. This was Amber. The reason for such a shocking change was because Shui Yuan had refined a form transformation pill and fed it to Hupa. Demonic beasts could take human form, and those who took human form were demonic cultivators. Lu Yi had encountered some demonic cultivators before, but there weren't many of them. The ones that left a deep impression on him were the female demonic cultivators in charge of reception in the Tianji Business Alliance. However, demonic beasts needed to open some special spiritual cavities to take human form. If they relied on demonic beasts to take human form, they would need to cultivate to a certain level. Lu Yi used to find it strange. Those demonic cultivators were not very strong. So how could they take human form? Later, he found out that there were 2 ways for demonic cultivators to take human form. One was to be strong enough, and the other was to take a form transformation pill. Or, the offspring of 2 demonic cultivators had a chance of being born in human form. After Hupa took the shape-shifting pill, he didn't turn into a human, but he could turn into the size of a cat. According to second senior sister, this was his own choice. Hupa wouldn't turn into a human in the future because he knew which shape-shifting method was more beneficial to his growth. This was his natural instinct as a demonic beast. Shui Yuan did this because she wanted Lu Yi to bring Hupa and Yi along. This way, they could take care of each other. As everyone waved their hands, Little Gray flapped his wings and took off. The wind howled, making it hard for them to open their eyes. When they looked again, Little Gray's figure was already far away. Sitting on the eagle's back, Yi opened her arms and felt the wind blowing against her face. Her bell-like laughter rang out. It was as if they had returned to the past, when the 3 of them were on the road together. Lu Yi took out the 10 points map to check their location and set a direction. In the chess sea, he got to know many guardian envoys and deputy envoys of various sects, so it was not difficult to find a suitable target. However, he was going to the inner circle not only to find a suitable sect to form an alliance contract with, but also to do something else. Several months ago, when his identity was exposed, many sects from the Myriad Devil Ridge had hunted him down. During the battle at the Golden Light Summit, there were 43 sects from the Myriad Devil Ridge that had participated. These sects that had participated in the hunt and made things difficult for him at the Golden Light Summit were all recorded in a small notebook in his heart. He was just waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Otherwise, why would he report his sect every time during the battle at the Golden Light Summit? After searching for a moment, he saw a somewhat familiar name. I've decided it's you, the Sky Pillar sect. A day later, in a desolate mountain range, Lu Yi and Yi stood side by side as Little Gray flapped his wings and flew away. This place was already within the inner circle of the battlefield. Without Little Gray, even if Lu Yi rode on Hoopa, it would take him at least a month to reach this place. However, it was different with Little Gray. In the entire Spirit Stream battlefield, Little Gray's strength was undoubtedly at the top, and its speed was also the fastest. When he had set off from the Jade Blood Sect's encampment to Ing Mountain, it had not taken him too long. However, Little Gray was only suitable for traveling. Ever since the eldest senior brother of the Jade Blood Sect had left the Spirit Stream battlefield, Little Gray had been holed up in the Jade Blood Sect's encampment. No one could command him. Even Lu Yi could only rely on the blood-red trout to make some transactions with Little Gray, such as giving him a ride. It was impossible to rely on Little Gray to kill enemies. If that were not the case, Lu Yi would have ridden Little Gray to settle accounts with the various factions of the Myriad Devil Ridge. He had once asked senior sister Shui Yuan, and according to her, after the eldest senior brother left the Spirit Stream battlefield, the last order he gave Little Gray was to guard the encampment well. Therefore, in Little Gray's view, the Jade Blood Sect's encampment was more important than anything else. He could leave the encampment for a few days, but he could not leave it forever. Lu Yi, Lu Yi! Yi shouted from the side. The world qi in the inner circle is so dense. In the past, she could not absorb world qi to strengthen herself, but after cultivating with the sect master for several months, she could cultivate on her own and could even feed back to Hoopa. Therefore, Yi and Hoopo's growth was extremely fast. This was because no matter which of them cultivated, both of them could become stronger. Of course, Hoopo's main method of cultivation was to eat. After he was full, he would find a place to lie down, then get up and continue eating. Sometimes, Lu Yi was extremely envious of Hoopa. This method of becoming stronger was really convenient. Chapter 237. Thinking about it, he was similar to Hoopa. In any case, they both ate and ate. The world energy in the inner circle was indeed dense. Lu Yi could clearly feel it along the way. The deeper he went, the denser the world energy. He had just entered the inner circle, but it was almost twice as dense as the Blue Blood Sect's territory. It was no wonder that all the great sects were doing their best to improve their sect's grade. The higher the grade, the better their position in the Spirit Stream battlefield, and the higher the efficiency of their disciples' cultivation. Not only that, but there were also a lot of goods produced in the Spirit Stream battlefield. The deeper one went, the richer the goods. Lu Ye's current location was within the range of Sky Pillar Sect Station. Compared to the situation in the outer circle, the radius of the encampments in the inner circle was undoubtedly many times larger. For example, the Sky Pillar Sect's encampment had a radius of 300 to 400 kilometers. In other words, with encampment as the center, a circle with a radius of 300 to 400 kilometers could be considered the range of the encampment's radiation. This range was the Sky Pillar Sect's territory. On the other hand, Blue Blood Sect's range was no more than 100 kilometers. Even if Lu Yi crippled Heavenly Fiend Temple and Phone Clan before leaving, Blue Blood Sect could only dominate within 100 kilometers. The reason for this was mainly related to the number of sects and the strength of their cultivators. The outer circle had the lowest grade and the highest number of sects, so even if the outer circle was larger, the arrangement of the sect spaces was relatively denser. Moreover, the cultivators' cultivations weren't high, so such an area was enough for cultivators below the 7th order to move around. It was different in the inner circle. There were many 8th or 9th order cultivators here who could fly, but their range of movement was too small. Moreover, the number of sects in the inner circle was much smaller than the outer circle, so the arrangement of their bases was much more sparse. But whether it was dense or sparse, as long as there were two forces from different camps bordering each other, there would inevitably be friction. After identifying the direction, Lu Yi reached out and grabbed Hoopa, who was lying on his shoulder, and threw him to the ground. Hoopa landed lightly and turned to look at Lu Yi. Their eyes met, and both were stunned. After a while, Hoopa reacted. Golden light burst out from his body as monster chi surged. His body rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye he turned from a small beast to a majestic monster beast. Lu Yi got on the tiger's back and headed for the Sky Pillar Sect's encampment. Since he had come for revenge, there was naturally no need to be courteous. He didn't want to go to other people's encampment to cause trouble. Encampments always had the most cultivators. If he went there alone, he definitely wouldn't be able to get away with it. However, since this place was within the range of the Sky-bearing sect's encampment, there would definitely be cultivators from the Sky-bearing sect moving around outside. With his current strength, as long as he didn't encounter cultivators who had converted to Heaven-tier cultivation methods, he could basically kill them. Even if he encountered cultivators who had converted to Heaven-tier cultivation methods, he had the capital to escape with the Flying Wing tattoo. However, he could not use the Soaring Wing spirit rune. It was not a permanent rune. Every time he activated it, the glow of the rune would dim a little. If he used it too much, the rune would disappear. His idea was very simple. He would walk around and kill the cultivators of the Sky-bearing sect if he encountered them. In any case, he had come to the inner circle to temper himself. He had plenty of time, so he could kill 1 or 2 at a time. As long as he killed enough, he would be able to hurt the Sky-bearing sect. Since they attacked him on the top of the Golden Light, they shouldn't blame him for taking revenge. Yi was still as elusive as ever. She would disappear from time to time and suddenly appear out of nowhere. Although her dream of becoming a medical cultivator was shattered and she was forced to become a magic cultivator, she still liked collecting medicinal herbs. She had a storage bag hanging on her waist. When she saw things that looked like medicinal herbs, she carefully collected them and put them into the storage bag. As for how much they were worth, it was hard to say. In the past, she couldn't bring anything through the obstacles. She was a spiritual body, and her body was neither virtual nor real, so she wasn't restricted in this aspect. However, she couldn't bring anything through the obstacles with her. However, after receiving guidance from the sect master, she only needed to circulate her power to wrap the things she carried with her, and she could pass through the obstacles freely. It was said that this was a kind of escape technique. The only thing was that she couldn't bring living things through the obstacles. Even so, it was still very amazing. Lu Yi originally thought that, since this was their encampment, it would be very easy to find a few people to kill. Who would have thought that, after riding on Hoopa for a long time, he wouldn't even see a shadow of a person? He even suspected that he was going in the wrong direction. He took out a map and compared it to make sure that he was going in the right direction. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that he might have thought of things too simply. The range of the inner circle's encampment wasn't small. It wasn't like the outer circle where they might encounter enemies if they went out for a walk. Moreover, if they had nothing to do, cultivators wouldn't run around casually. If they had the time, it would be better for them to meditate and improve their cultivation. Unless there was a conflict with their neighbors, they would definitely move out in groups. It wasn't good to just wander around randomly. It seemed that he had to find the place where the Sky Pillar sect's resources were produced, such as mineral veins or spirit veins. Those places would definitely be frequented by the Sky Pillar sect's cultivators because they had to mine resources. If he could find those places, not only could he kill people, but he could also rob them. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But he didn't know where the Sky Pillar sect's resources were produced. Just as he was thinking this, Yi suddenly appeared nearby. Lu Yi, there are a few cultivators over there. This was one of the advantages of having a scout who could appear and disappear unpredictably. He could often inadvertently bring surprises to people. Take me there. Yi jumped onto Hoopo's back and pointed the way for Hoopa. There weren't many cultivators over there, only 4. One of them was in the 8th order, 2 were in the 7th order, and 1 was in the 6th order. There were also 6th order cultivators in the inner circle, so there weren't many of them. As for 5th order cultivators, there might be some, but they wouldn't dare to leave the encampment because their cultivation was too low in the inner circle. If they encountered an enemy in the wild, they would die without a doubt. The cultivators in the inner circle were mainly in the 7th to 9th order. There might also be a few who had converted to a heaven-grade secret art. Since this was the Sky Pillar sect's encampment, those cultivators were most likely disciples of the Sky Pillar sect. According to E, they seemed to be guarding a spirit flower. The spirit flower's bud seemed to be about to bloom. E had failed to become a medical cultivator, but she had learned some things from Hua Si and her second senior sister. According to her speculations, the value of the spirit flower shouldn't be low. Moreover, it needed to be picked at a specific time, such as after the spirit flower had fully bloomed. Otherwise, its medicinal efficacy would be greatly reduced. This was also the reason why those 4 cultivators were guarding there. They might have already known about the existence of the spirit flower, or they might have encountered it by chance. In any case, they were squatting there. When it was about time, Lu Yi had Hu Pu turn back to the size of a cat and lay on his shoulder. As for Yi, she burrowed into the ground and waited for an opportunity to move. Not long after, a faint fragrance lingered at the tip of Lu Ye's nose. Lu Yi followed the source of the fragrance for another 1,000 feet and immediately saw 3 cultivators standing not too far away, looking at him vigilantly. Behind them was the source of the fragrance, a spirit flower that hadn't fully bloomed. Its fist-sized bud was purple and shrouded in a hazy aura. Looking at the auras of these 3 cultivators, one was at the 6th stage, while the other 2 were at the 7th stage, just as Yi had said. However, the 8th order cultivator was nowhere to be seen. Lu Yi swept his gaze around but couldn't find any trace of him. He didn't know where this guy was hiding. The 3 were all male cultivators. One of them, who seemed to be a body cultivator, stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, "Where did fellow Taoist come from?" This question was very vague. His real purpose was nothing more than to know which camp Lu Yi belonged to. Lu Yi raised his hand, and a light blue light bloomed on the back of his hand. The body cultivator was slightly taken aback. The 2 behind him also frowned. They had never encountered a situation where someone revealed their camp without a word, especially when the other party was alone. When walking in the Spirit Stream battlefield, it was impossible to casually reveal one's camp when meeting strangers, because once they were from different camps, a fight was bound to break out. Those who dared to reveal their spirit mark to strangers were either arrogant idiots or confident enough to be fearless. Lu Yi was a 7th order cultivator, but he didn't seem to be fearless. The body cultivator who spoke smiled and said, "So it's a fellow Taoist from Grand Heaven Union." Saying so, he raised his hand as if to reveal his camp. Kung, when the long saber was unsheathed, Lu Yi turned around and slashed out. Sparks flew and spirit artifacts clashed. A figure holding a short saber appeared behind Lu Yi at some point in time and staggered back with a surprised look on his face. It was the 8th order cultivator who was hiding. The other party was a ghost cultivator. Once a ghost cultivator reached the 7th or 8th order, they would be able to communicate with the netherworld and borrow its power to cultivate the Tao of concealment and assassination. Lu Yi had seen some ghost cultivators in the Chess Sea and had a deep impression of them. When he didn't see the 8th order cultivator here, he guessed that the other party might be a ghost cultivator. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for him to disappear without a trace. It was likely that these people had noticed him on his way here, so the ghost cultivator had set up an ambush in advance. Just now, the 7th order cultivator raised his hand and said something about a fellow Taoist from Grand Heaven Union. He also wanted to reveal his camp stance, which was nothing more than to attract Lu Ye's attention. If it were someone unprepared, most of their attention would have been focused on the 7th order cultivator's hand and would have ignored the murderous intent behind them. But since Lu Yi had guessed that the other party was a ghost cultivator, how could he not be prepared? His saber forced the 8th order cultivator to retreat, which really surprised him. Then, something even more unexpected happened. This 7th order cultivator who came out of nowhere, was attacking him with a saber. The storm-like attacks pressured him to the point that he couldn't breathe. Each saber strike was powerful and heavy. He only managed to block 3 saber strikes before his hand went numb. What kind of strength is this? The ghost cultivator was shocked, but he didn't panic at all because he saw his 2 7th-order cultivators activating their spirit artifacts from the corner of his eyes. Violent spiritual energy fluctuations burst out as the might of a spirit technique blossomed. Caught off guard, an attack suddenly struck from behind. A scream rang out as one of the 7th-order cultivators was hit by a spirit technique and fell to the ground, his back charred. Chapter 238. Since the 4 of them were in the same group, when the ghost cultivator attacked, the remaining 3 naturally wouldn't stay idle. At this moment, Lu Ye's back was facing them, so it was the best time to launch a sneak attack. He also thought so. The remaining 7th and 6th order cultivators immediately turned around, but there wasn't even a shadow behind them. They didn't even know who had attacked them, only that it was a powerful fire attribute technique. Another scream rang out, making their hair stand on end. When they turned around again, the scene imprinted in their eyes made their scalps tingle and their heads buzz. A head flew high into the air, blood gushing out from the headless neck like a fountain. The head belonged to the ghost cultivator's senior brother. The 7th-order youth, standing in front of him, was still in the posture of drawing his sword. Looking at his posture, it was clear that he had cut off the ghost cultivator's senior brother's head. A 7th-order cultivator killing an 8th-order cultivator? And how long had it been? They had only fought for 3 breaths of time, and in the time it took them to turn around and look back, turning around twice, separated by yin and yang. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe. Lu Yi shook off the blood on his mountain-coiling saber and slowly turned around, looking forward. Meeting his eyes, the 2 who were already shocked became even more uneasy. For a moment, they didn't know whether they should run or fight. "Pay!" The 7th-order cultivator, who was knocked down by Yi's sneak attack, staggered up and spat out the soil in his mouth. He felt a piercing pain in his back. Although Yi's technique was powerful, it wasn't enough to take his life. He had actually been sneak attacked. He stood up angrily, but before he could figure out what had happened, a stream of light from an imperial artifact was already in front of him. On the brink of life and death, he immediately roared and pushed his spirit energy to protect his body. At the same time, he threw out a punch. His vitality was abundant, and this punch was full of power. As a body cultivator, he was confident that he could block this attack. He did block it. The stream of light from the imperial artifact was blown away by his punch. However, Lu Yi arrived in front of him like a gust of wind. The speed that burst out in that instant was not something a 7th-order cultivator could possess. An ordinary 7th-order cultivator really couldn't achieve such instantaneous speed. But Lu Yi had been using the blood chi from the scale armor to temper his body these days, and as his cultivation improved, his physique also gradually strengthened. Unlike ordinary body cultivators who tempered their physique, the strength of his physique was not only due to his vigorous vitality, but also included his speed, reaction speed, and vision. To put it simply, Lu Ye's physique was stronger, his blood chi was more vigorous, his speed was faster, his reaction was more agile, and his vision was sharper than other cultivators of the same level. On this basis, he also activated the wind spirit tattoo on his legs. In that instant, Lu Ye's speed could be described as fast as lightning. Just a moment ago, Lu Yi was still 100 feet away from his enemy, but in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of him. All of them were 7th-order cultivators, but none of them were able to block this sudden attack. The mountain-coiling saber pierced through the 7th-order master's heart and came out from his back. Lu Ye's long saber twisted and crushed his opponent's heart. The long blade was pulled out, and the man fell to the ground, his blood staining the ground. The two lucky survivors were dumbfounded and stood in place for a while. Behind him, Yi suddenly released a strong spirit energy fluctuation and sent out a golden arc slash towards the Seventh Order Origin Realm Master. This sharp golden arc slash tore open a huge wound on the Origin Realm Master's back, causing him to scream in pain. Lu Ye's Imperial Flying Artifact had already arrived in front of him and pierced through his head. Lu Yi raised his eyes to look at the last Sixth Order Master, who was obviously frightened. He was not a coward, and it was not that he had never seen cultivators from two different camps fight. Anyone who could cultivate to the Sixth Order Master would have at least some combat experience. But he had never seen such a clean and efficient slaughter. An Eighth Order Senior Brother and two Seventh Order Senior Brothers had died in front of him so quickly. You, don't come over. The Sixth Order Master raised the spirit artifact in his hand and shouted in a threatening manner. Hoopa, who was lying on Lu Ye's shoulder, opened his mouth and yawned. The rich smell of blood in the surroundings made him a little hungry. After the fight, I'll get something to eat first. Lu Yi walked step by step towards the surviving Sixth Order Master, who retreated step by step. In the end, he tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. Lu Yi frowned and stood in place, the flying sword floating beside him, blood dripping from the mountain-coiling saber in his hand. Compared to that Sixth Order cultivator, Yang Kai was like a heinous demon. Little did he know, in the eyes of the Sixth Order Master, he was even more terrifying than the so-called demon. This Sixth Order cultivator wasn't a coward. He had been seriously injured before and didn't even bat an eyelid. But this time he was truly afraid, because everything he saw just now was completely beyond his understanding. His panic stemmed from the unknown, which was why he was acting so unbearably. Where is your load? Lu Ye's question made the Sixth Order Master feel at a loss. The other party had killed his three senior brothers and left him alive, and now he suddenly asked about the load. Obviously, he did not have good intentions. Even if he was frightened, even if he knew that he was going to die, even if his hand holding the spirit artifact was trembling, he still gritted his teeth and said, I don't know. With a whoosh, the fiery red flying sword stopped above his head. The sharp touch made him feel pain, and the silent threat was fatal. I'll kill you, he roared, his loyalty to his sect overriding the fear in his heart. He raised the spirit artifact in his hand and knocked away the flying sword in front of him. He hurriedly stood up, but what greeted him was a bright saber light. With a thump, his corpse fell to the ground. Lu Yi sheathed his saber. This was the bad thing about the cultivators of the 9 continents. They were a bit stubborn, and if he could not get anything valuable out of them, Lu Yi would not waste his breath. People like Feng Yu who knelt at the slightest disagreement were rare, and the reason why Feng Yu did that was because she was a medical cultivator. At that time, she clearly felt that if she did not do something, she would die immediately. As a result, she became a poor homeless person. Before Lu Yi left, she still stayed in the Jade Blood Sect's encampment, but she did not have a status. Fortunately, she was a medical cultivator, and the cultivators of the Jade Blood Sect did not ostracize her. Yi began to clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils. Lu Yi sat on a stone next to the spirit flower, holding the hiltless short saber he used to control his flying sword. The power of the flying sword was still a bit lacking. Just now, it was sent flying by a cultivator of the same level. Of course, the other party was a body cultivator, but overall, the power of the flying sword was not as good as his saber. When he used the saber to cut, he could add a sharpness spirit pattern to the mountain saber. He always had an idea, and that was to try to add a spirit pattern to the flying sword. If he could add a sharpness spirit pattern to the flying sword just now, that guy would have dared to hit him with his fist. The sharpness of the spirit pattern could have directly broken his fist. However, adding a spirit pattern to the flying sword was very troublesome. Even if Lu Yi could slightly control the spirit chi that had left his body, it was still difficult to do. He had tried many times before, but all of them ended in failure because the spirit pattern he constructed was not stable enough and could not be used effectively. He still did not have enough control over his spirit chi. If he had enough control over his spirit chi, adding a spirit pattern to the flying sword should not be difficult. He could only wait until his cultivation level was higher before trying again. He was not in a hurry to leave. There was still a spirit flower waiting to be harvested. Although Yi did not know what kind of spirit flower it was definitely not cheap. Otherwise, the 4 cultivators would not have been squatting here. He took out a spirit pill and threw it into his mouth. Hoopa stretched its head over and opened its mouth, waiting to be fed. Lu Yi threw a spirit pill at it and flicked its head. "You're getting lazier." Hoopa had no intention of interfering in the battle just now. From beginning to end, it lay quietly on Lu Ye's shoulder. Thinking back to when he was still weak, Hoopa would still rush up and bite the enemy when they encountered them. For storage bags, Lu Yi sat on the rock and picked one at random, opening the seal on it. Several thousand feet away, behind a huge rock, 2 heads were looking over. It was a man and a woman. Although they weren't close, they had clearly seen everything that had happened just now. From Lu Ye's sudden appearance to killing the ghost cultivator, 2 7th order cultivators, and then a 6th order cultivator, the 2 were dumbfounded. When the battle was over, the 2 retreated at the same time. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. "My goodness, Long Di Dong, where did that guy come from?" The man asked, "Brother, am I seeing things? He's a 7th order cultivator? Did he bring some kind of spirit artifact to hide his cultivation?" The woman also asked, "Even if he brought a spirit artifact, his true cultivation would have been exposed when he attacked. Then, he's a 7th order cultivator? How can he be so strong?" "Little sister, this is what Big Brother told you before. Don't judge a person's strength by their cultivation. There are many proud geniuses in this world who can kill enemies above their realm. In the future, when you walk on the battlefield, you must remember this. But this is too strong." She had seen people kill enemies above their realm, but that was an abyss of suffering. It was nothing like the scene just now, where an 8th order ghost cultivator was killed by a 7th order cultivator with just a few slashes, as if he was killing a chicken. "Indeed." The man nodded. "A few months ago, I heard that a monster appeared in the Blue Blood sect. He killed 43 6th order cultivators at the Golden Light Peak with a 5th order cultivation. At that time, it was shocking, and he was a role model for our generation. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to meet him. Now, it seems that this person is no worse than Lu Yi. Then, are we still going to fight for the purple cloud flower?" Listening to these words, it was obvious that the 2 of them had been hiding here because they were attracted by the spirit flower. They were waiting for it to mature so they could snatch it. One had to know that this was the territory of Sky Pillar sect, so they dared to come here. But they didn't expect that a 7th order cultivator would come out and snatch the spirit flower before it even matured. "He's also from Grand Heaven Alliance. What's there to snatch? Let's go and meet this master." "Ah, are we going just like that? Will we be cut down? That guy looks so fierce. What's there to be afraid of? We're 8th order cultivators." As they spoke, the 2 walked out of their hiding place and went straight to Lu Yi. Chapter 239. Sitting on a rock, Lu Yi checked the storage bag in his hand. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. After conversion, there were about 30 to 40 spirit stones. Not every cultivator was as rich as him. When he left the station this time, Lu Ye's storage bag was filled with hundreds of spirit pills and hundreds of spirit stones. However, he didn't have many spirit talismans. As his cultivation level rose, those low-level spirit talismans were no longer of much use. Lu Yi and Hoopa both relied on spirit pills to increase their cultivation. At this stage, each of them consumed about 30 to 40 spirit pills a day. It could be said that Lu Yi was about to vomit from eating so many spirit pills. He had thought more than once that it would be great if these spirit pills had different flavors. So, even if Lu Yi had a lot of spirit pills on him, he wouldn't be able to last long. This was also one of the reasons why he came to the inner circle before breaking through to the 8th order. The consumption of spirit pills during cultivation was too great. If he continued like this, he would run out sooner or later. Hua Xiai had a lot of spirit pills, but he couldn't always take them from her. Compared to him, most cultivators were actually quite poor. Apart from the monthly salary given by the sect, they didn't have many channels to obtain cultivation resources. Even if they had some spirit pills and spirit stones, they would basically be consumed during cultivation. Very few of them would have a surplus. Compared to Lu Ye's previous gains from killing enemies in the outer circle, this was undoubtedly much better. After all, the cultivators in the inner circle had higher cultivations and more wealth. Lu Yi, Yi called out softly. Lu Yi raised his head and looked ahead. A man and a woman were walking towards him. Looking at their spirit qi, he could tell that they were 2 8th order cultivators. Greetings, fellow Taoist. The man shouted when he was still a few dozen meters away. At the same time, he showed the luster of his battlefield mark. Silverlight Islands, how Run greets fellow Taoist. A good person. Lu Yi raised his brow. The good person stopped a few meters away and pointed to the woman next to him. This is my younger sister, Hao Qing. Lu Yi nodded gently. Silverlight Island was the Grand Heaven Alliance, which was right next to the Sky Pillar sect's encampment. Both of them were at the 6th grade and could be considered the closest sect to the Jade Blood sect. Lu Yi chose the Sky Pillar sect as his first stop after entering the inner circle. One reason was that the cultivators of the Sky Pillar sect had once made things difficult for him on the Golden Light Peak. Another reason was that he wanted to find an opportunity to establish a connection with Silverlight Island and see if he could form an alliance with their guardian. If it was possible, then the cultivators of the Jade Blood sect would be able to join Silverlight Island when they entered the inner circle, saving them a lot of time. However, he did not have any interactions with the cultivators of Silverlight Island, and he had not seen the guardian or deputy guardian of Silverlight Island in the Chess Sea, so they were probably dead. He never thought that he would meet 2 people from Silverlight Island here. Although Hao Ren and Hao Qing were both 8th order masters, their words and demeanor were quite polite. They had just seen with their own eyes how Lu Yi had slaughtered everyone. So even if their cultivation was 1 level higher than Lu Ye's, they still didn't dare to be arrogant. In the end, communication between cultivators was still based on strength. Lu Yi. The Hao siblings were stunned for a moment. This name sounded so familiar. They couldn't help but look Lu Yi up and down. They had heard that Lu Yi was accompanied by a big snow-white tiger. They didn't see any big snow-white tiger, but they did see a foot-long white cat. No, it wasn't a cat, but this cultivation. On the Golden Light Peak, Lu Yi was 5th order. In just a few months, he had advanced to 7th order, right? Fellow Taoist, are you from the Jade Blood sect? Although Hao Ren felt that it was unlikely, he still asked. Yes. Hao Ren's pupil shrank. Could it be that fellow Taoist is Lu Yi? Lu Ye's heart sank, while Yi stood behind him, covering her mouth and laughing. Yes, I am Lu Yi. Oh, Hao Ren slapped his thigh, his expression becoming fervent. So it really is fellow Taoist Lu Yi. This Hao has been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. In the battle on the Golden Light Peak, fellow Taoist has won great glory for Grand Heaven Alliance, making us yearn for you and feel ashamed of our inferiority. Hao Qing's eyes also flashed with splendor. Hao Ren was still praising Lu Yi. It seemed that he really admired Lu Yi. In fact, this was indeed the case. After the battle on the Golden Light Peak, all the major Grand Heaven Alliance sects had publicized this matter to encourage their low-level disciples. If a 5th order cultivator could do such a great thing, even if they couldn't, they had to work hard in this direction. Even the forces of the myriad demon ridge that had lost face were spreading the news of this battle. They did this to encourage their disciples to work harder. Failure wasn't scary, but it was scary to have one's spine broken after one failure. It could be said that in the cultivation world of the 9 provinces, among the low-level cultivators, the name of Lu Yi of the Jade Blood sect was really well known. This made Lu Yi feel helpless. He wondered if he should use a nickname when he walked on the battlefield in the future. Otherwise, if everyone knew where he came from, it would be inconvenient for him to do things. I was too busy talking and didn't expect to meet fellow Taoist Lu Yi here. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist. Hao-Ren patted his head. It's fine. This is... Hao-Ren looked at Yi, who was standing behind Lu Yi. He also saw Yi's performance in the battle just now. She appeared and disappeared mysteriously, a bit like a ghost cultivator, but there was a big difference between them. At the very least, ghost cultivators couldn't escape underground so easily. This is my younger sister, Lu Yi. What a coincidence. Hao-Ren laughed. He was brother and sister, and Lu Yi was also brother and sister. To some extent, this was fate. Coupled with the fact that they were both from the Grand Heaven Alliance, they felt a lot closer to each other. Hearing Lu Ye's introduction, Yi's eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon. She bowed graciously, greeting senior brother Hao, elder sister Hao. A little mouth, smeared with honey, was very likable. Hao Qing responded with a smile. The 2 of you came here from so far away. What mission do you have? Hao-Ren suddenly asked with a solemn expression. We're just taking a stroll. What about you? Hao-Ren naturally didn't believe that they were just taking a stroll. The people of the Jade Blood sect came to the territory of the Myriad Demon Ridge while taking a stroll. This was clearly a rhythm to cause trouble. He heard that someone from the Sky Pillar sect had fought against Lu Yi in the Battle of Golden Light Peak. He also heard that Lu Yi seemed to hold a grudge. My sister and I are here for this amethyst flower. Hao-Ren pointed at the budding purple flower at the side. Then he explained. This was a mission the brother and sister received from the sect. Silver Light Island was isolated in the open sea. Although there were many exotic flowers and herbs that couldn't be found inland, it wasn't easy to find some inland flowers and herbs. An elder in the sect needed a purple cloud flower to concoct a kind of medicinal liquid. Silver Light Island didn't produce it, so he asked the sect's disciples to pay more attention in the Spirit Stream battlefield. Then, Hao-Ren and Yi came here. They were going to wait for the purple cloud flower to fully mature before snatching it, but Lu Yi intercepted them halfway. Speaking of this, Hao-Ren said somewhat embarrassedly, I don't know if fellow Taoist Yi can part with it. We can pay 100, no, 20 spirit stones to buy this flower. It's fate that brought us together, and since it's fellow Taoist Hao's mission, just take it. Lu Yi still wanted to connect with the people of Silver Light Island. Previously, he didn't have a way to contact the people of Silver Light Island, and it wasn't convenient for him to visit them directly. That won't do. Hao-Ren hurriedly refused. You killed them, and I'm taking it. That's not right. Seeing his firm attitude, Lu Yi knew that it wasn't appropriate for him to directly give something to someone who had just met by chance. If it were him, he wouldn't feel at ease taking benefits from others for no reason. Then let's round it up to 100 spirit stones. That's good. Hao-Ren immediately agreed. The 120 spirit stones were the mission reward given by the sect's elder, but if they could complete the mission, they could also receive sect contributions. Sect contributions could be exchanged for cultivation resources, so even if they gave the 120 spirit stones to Lu Yi, they wouldn't lose anything. After asking Hao-Ren, he learned that the purple cloud flower was about a day away from ripening. He had killed 4 cultivators of the Sky Pillar sect here, so he didn't know if it would attract more people. Moreover, as the purple cloud flower bloomed, the range of the flower's fragrance would spread further and further. If someone passed by nearby, they would definitely find some clues. To be on the safe side, Hao Ren and Hao Qing hid in the dark, and Yi also hid, leaving Lu Yi sitting alone next to the purple cloud flower. It was the same hiding place as before. Behind the big rock, Hao Ren and his sister concealed their aura. Hao Qing suddenly said, "Brother, he just asked about the location of the Sky Pillar Sect's mineral lode." What did he want to do? Just now, Lu Yi asked them about the location of the Sky Pillar Sect's mineral lode. As a neighbor of the Sky Pillar Sect, Hao Ren, who was from Silverlight Island, naturally knew about it, so he marked it on Lu Ye's map. What else could it be? Naturally, it's to cause trouble. The two of them. Hao Qing was surprised. There were at least a few dozen cultivators of the Sky Pillar Sect stationed in the mineral lode, and there were definitely Ninth Order cultivators guarding it. If a mere two people wanted to cause trouble, it wasn't that they were bold, but that they were just two idiots. Let's go back and persuade them. Hao Ren sighed. Although Lu Yi could kill an Eighth Order ghost cultivator like slaughtering a chicken, if he was really besieged by many people, he would definitely not have a good end. It was rare for such a character to appear in the Blue Blood sect, so it would be a pity if he died like this. Someone's coming. Hao Qing suddenly shouted, looking in a certain direction, her heart in her throat. She saw a stream of light rushing over, but it seemed that it was just passing by. The situation in the inner circle was obviously different from the outer circle. It was rare to see cultivators flying over in the outer circle, but it was different in the inner circle. After a cultivator reached the 8th or 9th order, they could fly on their flying artifacts, so it was common to see streams of light rushing over on their flying artifacts in the inner circle. However, they generally didn't dare to fly too low, because if they flew too low, it would be easy to be ambushed by enemies on the ground. This stream of light was about 60 to 70 meters above the ground, which was already very safe. Even if they were ambushed, they could quickly land to deal with the enemy. Human Tao Great Saint Source. Please wait patiently for the maintenance staff to correct the content of the chapter within 2 minutes after submitting it. Chapter 240. Before they were strong enough, even those 8th and 9th layer cultivators would not fight with others in the air. The risk was too great. Moreover, it was very difficult to display their full strength while fighting with others while controlling a flying spirit artifact. If they were not careful and their flying spirit artifact was destroyed, they might even fall to their death. This was not a joke. It had happened before, and it wasn't the first time. This situation would only improve after a cultivator cultivated a heaven-grade secret art. At that time, a cultivator's control of their own spirit energy would be greatly improved, and they would be able to fly while fighting. The one flying through the air was a 9th order cultivator, which could be seen from the aura he was emitting. Although Hao Ren and his sister were both 8th order cultivators, they didn't want to provoke such an opponent, so they concealed themselves as much as possible. Fortunately, looking at the trajectory of the person's flight, it didn't seem like he was coming for them. It seemed like he was just passing by. This made them breathe a sigh of relief. This place was barren and lush with trees, so as long as Lu Yi was careful, they shouldn't be exposed. Since the other party dared to fly over Sky Pillar Sect Station so openly, there was a high chance that he was a cultivator from Myriad Demon Ridge. Even if he wasn't from Sky Pillar Sect, he must have some relationship with them. Once exposed, there would definitely be a big battle. Asterisk gun. Asterisk, the sound wasn't too loud, but it was extremely penetrating. It was like a long sword being unsheathed. Hao Ren and Hao Qing looked at each other as a bad feeling rose in their hearts. Looking at the stream of light passing by, they saw that it had also heard the commotion and was descending. As the light descended, the figure standing on the flying spirit artifact gradually revealed itself. Hao Ren hurriedly glanced over with a dignified expression. He recognized the other party's identity. It was a cultivator from Sky Pillar Sect named Yuan Guang. The reason he recognized Yuan Guang was because he was the previous deputy guardian of the Sky Pillar Sect's encampment. However, The Myriad Devil Ridge had suffered a great loss in the battle against the Spirit Stream sect. Therefore, many guardian envoys and deputy envoys of the Myriad Devil Ridge were held accountable and removed from their positions. Most of the protectors of Grade 5 and Grade 6 sects were Ninth Order cultivators, because this was already enough. Only Grade 4 sects, because their garrisons were close to the core circle, would have protectors who cultivated Heaven-grade secret arts. Yuan Guang was not a person to be trifled with. He must have already possessed a Heaven-tier cultivation technique, but because he had not opened enough apertures, he had yet to convert his cultivation technique. However, the number of enlightened acupores he had was definitely more than 200. Hao Ren did not know where Lu Ye got his confidence from to provoke such a strong person. The sound of him unsheathing his saber must have been deliberately made by Lu Ye. At this moment, Lu Yi was sitting beside the violet cloud flower, quietly watching Yuan Guang descend. He didn't make a move immediately because he wasn't sure of the other party's faction. But soon Lu Yi was sure. This was because when Yuan Guang saw the 4 corpses lying in the pool of blood, his expression became very ugly. Even his face twitched slightly. He asked in a low voice, "Did you kill these people?" Boom! Just as Yuan Guang's voice fell, Lu Yi had already rushed in front of him and chopped down with his saber. As expected of a Ninth Order cultivator, his reaction was very fast. He held a long sword in front of him and blocked Lu Ye's saber. At such a close distance, their eyes met. Yuan Guang was furious. "You're courting death." At the same time, he was secretly shocked. This 7th Order cultivator was so fast and strong. Yuan Guang's hand was a little numb after he blocked the saber with a cultivation 2 realms higher than his. Is this an armament cultivator or a body cultivator? Even a 9th Order body cultivator doesn't have such strength, right? He looked at the other party seriously, as if he could see Lu Ye's appearance clearly. As Lu Yi shouted, the mountain saber suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light. At that moment, it was as if a sun had risen from the saber. Yuan Guang did not expect such an unforeseen event. In an instant, his eyes turned white and he couldn't see anything. He was not surprised and hurriedly retreated. However, an invisible force suddenly fell from the sky, like a mountain pressing down on him, causing him to involuntarily lower his body. The transformation of the 2 spirit runes, sunshine and heavy pressure, really caught him off guard. The fighting style of a battle rune master was so strange and changeable. Lu Yi didn't master many spiritual tattoos, but he could already play some miraculous effects in changing spiritual tattoos. It could be imagined how difficult it was to deal with those famous battle rune masters. When fighting with them, many of their methods were impossible to guard against. Often, the enemy didn't even know how they died. This sudden change shocked Yuan Guang. He raised his hand and patted the storage bag at his waist. At the same time, a stream of light flew out. At the same time, his spirit chi surged. Without caring about his own consumption, the long sword in his hand slashed forward again and again. He felt as if the world was spinning. When his vision recovered, Yuan Guang was shocked to find that he was in a different place. He was originally in a desolate mountain range with lush vegetation, but now he was in a stone forest. This is an array diagram. Yuan Guang lost his voice. At the same time, the house siblings who noticed the battle and hurried over to help also stared at the spirit artifact in front of Yi with wide eyes. An array diagram. The so-called array diagram was refined by an extremely skilled array cultivator and artifact cultivator. An array cultivator set up a spirit array, while an artifact cultivator cultivated an array diagram. They might also need the help of a powerful spirit rune master. The refining process was complicated and the materials consumed were also very precious. In the past, Harun had only heard of the existence of array diagrams, but he had never seen one with his own eyes because this thing was not something that a spirit stream realm cultivator could possess. Not to mention them, Even the entire Silverlight Island didn't have a single array diagram. But today, he actually saw a legendary array diagram in the hands of a sixth-order spirit stream realm cultivator. It was really an eye-opener. He was shocked, as expected of the Blue Blood sect. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. They even had an array diagram, and they even gave it to a spirit stream realm cultivator to use. They weren't afraid of losing it. In fact, he was wrong. This array diagram didn't belong to the Blue Blood sect. The Blue Blood sect didn't have an array diagram. It belonged to Madame Yin. After learning that Lu Yi was going to enter the inner circle, Madame Yin was very worried about his safety. After all, Lu Yi had caused such a big commotion on the Golden Light Peak. It was very likely that he would be targeted by the Myriad Demon Ridge. She had already designated Lu Yi as her successor. At the same time, as a top spirit rune master, how could she not prepare something good for Lu Yi? So, she gave this precious 9 worlds diagram to Lu Yi. This thing's value was beyond the scope of a spirit artifact. It could be classified as a spirit artifact. In addition to this 9 worlds diagram, there was another thing, but that thing was useless to Dozhan. Considering that Lu Ye's cultivation wasn't enough, Madame Yin sealed 90% of the power of this spirit artifact, leaving only 10%. Otherwise, with Lu Yi and Yi's cultivation, they wouldn't be able to activate this 9 worlds diagram. But even if this spirit artifact only had 10% of its power left, Yi couldn't fully exert it, but it was enough for self-protection. Yi didn't understand formations, but Lu Yi knew a little. But it didn't matter. The 9 worlds diagram was a formation diagram, but it was also a spirit artifact. Yi didn't need to know anything about formations. She only needed to pour her power into it to exert some of the 9 worlds diagram's power. The reason why it was called the 9 worlds diagram was that this formation diagram contained 9 small spaces of different terrains. When activated, people could be put into the formation diagram. 8 of the 9 small spaces were sealed, leaving only the small space of the stone forest terrain that could be used. This was a real terrain. When refining the 9 worlds diagram, Madame Yin found such a terrain in the 9 provinces. She used her powerful spirit rune, Dao, to peel it off and then refined it into the 9 worlds diagram. The small spaces of the other 8 terrains were formed in this way. At this moment, the 9 worlds diagram was floating in front of Yi. Her spirit chi surged and kept pouring into it. From an outsider's point of view, the 9 worlds diagram was like a splash ink landscape painting. In the painting was a stone forest terrain. Stone pillars of different heights stood in a forest, and the ground was covered with yellow sand. It gave off a bleak atmosphere, and in a certain position in the painting, there were 2 small figures facing each other. One of them had the appearance and figure of Lu Yi. The other figure was very similar to Yuan Guang. In her formation diagram, Hao Rin swallowed his saliva. There were 2 types of formation maps: outer formation maps and inner formation maps. Once the outer formation map was set up, it would cover an area with layers of formations. If an enemy stepped into it, it would activate the power of the formation and kill the enemy. It could be said that it was the best choice for setting up an ambush. The inner formation diagram was like the 9 worlds diagram. It would pull the enemy into the formation diagram and activate the formation to kill them. The positioning of the 2 formations was different. As for which one was more precious, it was not easy to compare. Anyway, looking at the entire 9 regions, there were not many formation diagrams because refining them was too troublesome. The most famous formation diagram was called the Mountain and River Diagram. It was the treasure of a first-grade sect in the Tian continent. Mountains and rivers were sealed inside it, all of which had been refined by a spirit sea realm cultivator. Each of these mountains and rivers could be used to kill the enemy. Its power was extremely terrifying. This diagram was accumulated by that sect over thousands of years. It was not the work of a single generation. The 9 worlds diagram was refined by Madame Yin alone. Naturally, its power was not comparable to the legendary mountain and river diagram. But even if it could only exert a little bit of its power, it was enough for Lu Yi and Yi to use. Inside the formation diagram, the figures representing Lu Yi and Yuan Guang had begun to fight. There were faint spirit qi fluctuations coming from inside the formation diagram. Looking at the scene on the diagram, it was as if two ink figures were fighting. It was very funny, but the fight inside the formation diagram was extremely dangerous. We brother and sister can help. Hao Ren collected his thoughts and quickly said, finally understanding why Lu Yi took the initiative to provoke a passing ninth order cultivator. It turned out he had this card up his sleeve. As long as the two of them entered the formation diagram, it would be 3 against 1, and Yuan Guang would die. He thought this was Lu Ye's plan, but Yi shook her head and said, Lu Yi didn't ask for help, so there's no need for it for now. Many thanks. Hao Ren didn't say anything more, and simply looked towards the formation diagram. Chapter 241. In the vision of the house siblings, the two figures inside the spirit array were clearly attacking each other with imperial artifacts, because the two were standing at a certain distance from each other, with ink-colored streaks crossing back and forth between them. In the spirit array in the stone forest, Lu Yi and Yuan Guang were about 350 meters apart. Two streams of light shuttled back and forth between the two, occasionally colliding and sputtering dazzling sparks. At this moment, Yuan Guang was shocked because he had a clear understanding of his situation. He was actually pulled into an inner spirit array. Thinking back to what had happened just now, it should have happened when he was temporarily blinded by the strong light. At that time, although he had activated his imperial artifact and soared qi in time to protect himself, the other party was obviously prepared. Moreover, he was only a ninth order spirit stream realm cultivator who cultivated an earth-grade secret art. How could he resist the power of this spirit array? The situation was very bad, since it was an inner spirit array in addition to the enemy in front of him. There must be someone else activating it. Just now, he heard the young man in front of him shout something like, "ee." In other words, he had at least 2 enemies. One was the young man in front of him, and the other was Yi, who was activating the spirit array. The young man in front of him was only a 7th order cultivator, but after just a moment of confrontation, he realized that the other party was difficult to deal with. Not to mention the instantaneous burst of speed and power. The power of his imperial artifact was not something an ordinary 7th order cultivator could match. Whether it was speed, distance, or power, he was not much worse than a 9th order cultivator. If the other party only had this much ability, then he could deal with him. But the key problem now was that he had to guard against Yi. The other party would undoubtedly secretly make some moves. He did not know that the reason Lu Yi used the spirit array to deal with him was to fight him one-on-one. In the Mirage Realm, he had killed some 9th order cultivators who had rushed out of the fog. He wanted to see the difference between a 9th order cultivator in the Mirage Realm and a real 9th order cultivator. This was also the best way to test his own strength. Moreover, he wanted to cooperate with Yi to use the 9-world diagram. Although he had given it to Yi after obtaining it from Madame Yin, he had never used it against an enemy. Using it more often would allow him to familiarize himself with this spirit treasure. Moreover, with Yi's current strength, maintaining the spirit array for a short period of time was not a big problem. But if she really wanted to secretly make some moves, she could. But her strength would quickly run out. In short, Yuan Guang was worrying too much. As the 2 imperial artifacts clashed, the sound of clanking rang out continuously. Lu Yi strapped his long saber to his waist and stared at the air. It looked like he was going all out, but in reality, he was observing the difference between his own imperial artifact and the enemy. There was still some gap. According to Lu Ye's estimation, the power of his artifact manipulation was similar to that of an average 8th order master, slightly worse than a 9th order master. This could be seen from the frequency at which the 2 streams of light collided. At first, Lu Yi was able to cope, but gradually he was suppressed. His artifact manipulation was only capable of parrying these attacks, barely able to fight back. While he was still observing, Yuan Guang on the other side had already made up his mind. He didn't care about anyone else and would just kill this young man in front of him first. A clear and melodious sword cry rang out. Yuan Guang's spiritual energy surged as he slashed with the long sword in his hand. He shouted, 3,000 sword flow blades! Chi chi chi! Several streaks of sword light slashed towards Lu Yi from a distance of more than 300 meters at an incredible speed. At the same time, Yuan Guang himself was also rushing towards Lu Yi, swinging the long sword in his hand repeatedly. The number of sword lights increased. In his mind, the young man in front of him was wholeheartedly urging the power of his artifact manipulation, so it was impossible for him to block his attacks. If this young man was distracted, then that would be perfect. His artifact manipulation wasn't Lu Ye's opponent, so once he was distracted, it would definitely weaken him even more. At that time, Lu Yi would show him his true strength. Being able to use other means to kill the enemy while using artifact manipulation was the basic quality of a ninth-order spirit stream realm cultivator. After the layers of sword lights, Yuan Guang's figure dashed forward, quickly closing the distance of more than 300 zhang. Lu Yi, who was watching the two artifact manipulation, lowered his eyes, his sharp gaze seemingly able to penetrate the sword lights and see Yuan Guang hiding behind them. Patting his storage bag, Lu Yi sent out a stream of light. It was extremely fast, and with a series of clanging sounds, the sword lights were broken apart. A shocked expression appeared on Yuan Guang's face as he waved the long sword in his hand to block the stream of light. Dual artifact manipulation. Lu Yi almost wondered if he was seeing things. Even if an ordinary seventh-order cultivator was able to use artifact manipulation, they would have to devote all of their attention to it and wouldn't be able to do anything else. Using artifact manipulation required extremely strong control over one's spirit chi, and at the same time, one's mind must be strong enough to be able to do two things at once. If one wanted to use artifact manipulation, they would at least need to switch to a heaven-grade secret art. Moreover, not every cultivator who switched to a heaven-grade secret art could do it. Using artifact manipulation seemed very natural, but in fact, it depended on one's talent. Moreover, the more artifact manipulation was, the greater the burden on one's body would be. At the spirit stream realm, only Li Baxian had cultivated artifact manipulation to the extreme. It was rumored that he could control 100 flying swords at the same time, but Lu Yi didn't know if that was true or false. Apart from him, even those ninth-order cultivators who switched to a heaven-grade secret art wouldn't be able to control many spirit artifacts. The more spirit artifacts there were, the more their power would be dispersed, so it was better to concentrate it. But what did he see? A seventh-order cultivator was actually controlling 2 spirit artifacts. Moreover, the power of each artifact manipulation was about the same. In other words, there was no dispersion of power due to using 2 artifact manipulation at the same time. His plan to surprise and kill had failed, but before he could marvel at the other's talent, Yuan Guang immediately calmed his mind and flicked the sword in his hand. Occasionally, he would send out sword chi to cut down the streams of light lingering around him. He was a ninth-order cultivator, so if the other party wanted to use artifact manipulation to kill him, he must be dreaming. Just as he was thinking this, Lu Yi suddenly walked towards him step by step. It can't be. A shocking thought appeared in Yuan Guang's mind, but he quickly rejected it. It's impossible. Using artifact manipulation at the same time is already exaggerated enough. This little brat's mind is already exhausted, so it's impossible for him to do anything else. He's only doing this to put more pressure on me. The oncoming blade completely shattered the ridiculous idea in his mind. It wasn't until this moment that Yuan Guang realized that a seventh-order cultivator daring to fight him like this wasn't without reason. While using artifact manipulation at the same time, he could also fight in close quarters. In the chaotic stone forest, streams of light shuttled back and forth, and figures crisscrossed. Ding ding dang dang sounds constantly rang out. As soon as they clashed, Yuan Guang was suppressed and forced to retreat. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but that this seventh order boy's methods were too strange. Not only did he have to guard against the other party's attacks, he also had to guard against the streams of light lingering around him. Moreover, the other party's long blade was sometimes light and sometimes heavy, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, making him overwhelmed. Most importantly, the other party's blade was a bit too sharp. He was accidentally cut just now, and the luster of the artifact armor he was wearing dimmed greatly, giving him a fright. He had spent a lot of spirit stones to buy this artifact armor from the Heaven's secret treasure house. Its defense was excellent, and even a ninth order cultivator wouldn't be able to break it. But after being cut by the other party, he could clearly feel his artifact armor wailing. There was no sun in the Nine Worlds picture, but there was light. Moreover, the chaotic stone forest didn't cover a large area, only a few kilometers in radius. It was the smallest of the 9 terrains. In the entire small space, other than the stone forest, which was the same as the terrain in the real world, the sky and even the surroundings of the terrain were surging with black halos. It was as if a child had dripped ink on it. The halos were twisting and changing, containing great danger. If one accidentally fell into it, no one knew what would happen to them. Within this few kilometers, Lu Yi and Yuan Guang were fiercely fighting. After less than 30 breaths of time, Yuan Guang was completely at a disadvantage. He, a dignified 9th order cultivator, was being suppressed by a 7th order cultivator to the point where he couldn't even breathe. He really regretted it. If he was just passing by, then so be it. Why did he come down when he heard the commotion? Curiosity really killed the cat. At this moment, he couldn't escape, and his situation wasn't good. If this continued, he would die sooner or later, unless he could take down the boy opposite him and use this to force Yi to let him go. Thinking so in his heart, facing Lu Ye's sword, Yuan Guang steeled his heart and, instead of dodging, raised his sword towards Lu Ye's wrist. He intended to take the other party's sword head-on. He had the protection of his artifact armor, so his life wasn't in danger, but as long as he cut off the tendons in his opponent's hand, he could take him down and survive. Boy, the world is dangerous. The sect elders didn't teach you anything, so let me teach you. Yuan Guang thought to himself. Asterisk ding dang. Asterisk the long sword that was aimed at Lu Ye's wrist was blocked by the defensive spirit rune. Yuan Guang's body froze in place as a severe pain spread from his chest and abdomen. He clearly felt that his lung had been pierced, causing his eyes to bulge. He couldn't understand how the other party had broken through his artifact armor and pierced his body. The other party's sword was indeed sharp, but it wasn't sharp to such an extent. Moreover, what was that thing that had appeared on the other party's wrist? How had it been able to block his sword? At such a close distance, their eyes met, but Lu Ye's gaze remained calm. He was all too familiar with exchanging injury for injury. He had done so many times before, so when Yuan Guang attacked just now, he knew what the other party was planning. Yuan Guang was a 9th order cultivator, and his strength was indeed very strong. Up until now, he had been able to block all of Lu Ye's attacks, and only once had he been lucky enough to land a blow on Yuan Guang. Lu Yi had been looking for an opportunity all this time. Originally, he had planned to play it safe, but Yuan Guang had unexpectedly given him such an opportunity. The moment he stabbed out, the mountain blade didn't just have 1 sharpness spirit rune, but 2. There were some spirit runes on the innate skill tree that didn't have a specific function, but rather were used to connect different spirit runes. These things could no longer be called spirit runes, but rather a kind of technique, one that utilized spirit runes. Lu Yi had used this technique to instantly activate 2 sharpness spirit runes, using them as a foundation to connect the two sharpness spirit runes. The other party has an artifact armor, and I have a sharpness spirit rune. If one isn't enough, then I'll use two, as long as my sword is sharp enough. Any defense is nothing but paper. Chapter 242. There were a lot of techniques on the talent tree, and Lu Yi benefited a lot from them. The reason why he could improve so quickly from Madame Yen's study of spirit runes had a lot to do with the knowledge he received from these techniques. When he first obtained these techniques, he didn't know how to use them, but after learning from Madame Yen, Lu Yi slowly figured it out. The two sharpness could be connected with this special technique to display a stronger killing power. Simply put, the two sharpness connected with this special technique could be seen as two restrictions. It was equivalent to the moment Lu Yi drew his blade. There were two restrictions on the Pan Mountain saber. This was why it could directly pierce through the armor with good defensive power. The moment Lu Yi drew his blade, the spirit power on the entire saber became extremely sharp. The saber pierced through his chest, but Yuan Guang didn't die. He raised his sword and stabbed towards Lu Ye's face. However, a burst of spirit power suddenly surged from his chest, and then needle-like spirit power pierced through his body, turning him into a hedgehog. Bold Spike. This was a new spirit rune that Lu Yi obtained after letting the talent tree devour 10 earth core fires. It had no other use, but once it took shape, it would immediately use the spirit power that formed the spirit rune as a foundation to produce long spikes of spirit power. It wouldn't last for too long. This spirit rune wasn't used normally, but if it took shape in the enemy's body, its killing power would be terrifying. A cultivator, even if wearing some protective spirit tools, would always be very weak inside. In the past, even if Lu Yi stabbed someone, as long as it didn't hurt a vital point, it wouldn't be able to kill them. However, it was different now. When he stabbed, he activated the Bold Spike Spirit Rune, which could directly cause the enemy's body to become riddled with holes. Even if they didn't die, they would be crippled. It had to be said that this was a very vicious spirit rune. After the long spikes of spirit power formed, they quickly disappeared. This was because the Bold Spike Spirit Rune dissipated, but the injuries left behind wouldn't disappear. Yuan Guang's sword stopped in front of Lu Ye's eyes, unable to move an inch further. When Lu Yi drew his blade, he kicked out and Yuan Guang flew out. Ding-dang, without its master, Yuan Guang's imperial tool was also shot down. Lu Yi raised his hand and withdrew his two spirit tools. There was a strong, repulsive feeling coming from the surroundings. Lu Yi knew that Yi was using the Nine Worlds diagram. His vision blurred and he appeared in front of Yi. Not far from him lay Yuan Guang's corpse. Hao Rin looked at Lu Yi with a complicated expression. His mouth squirmed as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to phrase it. On the other hand, Hao Qing couldn't help but praise. "Fellow Taoist Yi, you're really too amazing." Her slightly trembling voice indicated that this praise came from the bottom of her heart. The brother and sister stood next to Yi and watched the battle from beginning to end. Although the way the array diagram was presented made the battle look a little funny, and there was no sense of danger at all, the final result was that Lu Yi had killed Yuan Guang. His corpse was lying next to him, and his blood covered the ground. Everyone knew that some cultivators from top sects could kill enemies above their level. However, the so-called killing enemies above their level was nothing more than a difference of one level in cultivation. Who had ever seen a difference of 2 levels? Judging from Lu Ye's unscathed appearance, he obviously hadn't used his full strength in this battle. However, they were wrong about this. In this battle, Lu Yi basically didn't hold back and used all the means he could. Unfortunately, Yuan Guang's final choice was somewhat mysterious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died so quickly. At least, he could have fought with Lu Yi for a while. The reason why Lu Yi was unscathed was because he had accumulated a lot of experience fighting cultivators in the Mirage Realm, so he basically wouldn't make any mistakes. This was the accumulation of experience he had accumulated over and over again. For example, Lu Yi had seen Yuan Guang's sword wave more than once in the Mirage Realm. If he hadn't accumulated experience in the Mirage Realm, Lu Yi would have been flustered the first time he saw this sword wave. In comparison, a Ninth Order cultivator in the Mirage Realm was no different from a Ninth Order cultivator in the real world, and their strength was almost the same. With a plan in mind, Lu Yi looked at Yi and asked for her opinion. Yi nodded lightly, indicating that she was fine. With her strength, it was a bit difficult for her to activate the Nine Realms diagram, but fortunately, she only needed to maintain the operation of the Nine Realms diagram, so the consumption was still bearable. After this battle, Harin and his sister undoubtedly had a new understanding of Lu Yi's strength and relaxed a lot. After all, this was Sky-bearing Sect's territory. If they stayed here, they were afraid of being discovered by a Ninth Order cultivator. But now, it seemed that even if a Ninth Order cultivator came here, they would only be throwing their lives away. Lu Yi and Yi needed to recover, so Harin and his sister took the initiative to stand guard. Time passed and the night was over. The fragrance of the purple cloud flower became stronger and stronger, and the bud began to slowly bloom. This purple cloud flower was completely mature. Hao Rin took out 100 spirit stones and handed them to Lu Yi, and then Hao Qing carefully picked the purple cloud flower and put it into the wooden box she had prepared. The money and goods were exchanged, and the cooperation was pleasant. For Lu Yi, these 100 spirit stones were free. Although it wasn't a lot, it was enough for him and Hupa to cultivate for a few days. Brother Yi, you asked about the location of Sky-bearing Sect's mineral lode before, because you wanted to go. Hao Rin said, reaching out and gesturing to his neck. What advice does Brother Hao have for me? Hao Rin hurriedly waved his hand. I don't dare to give you any advice, but there are many people there. If Brother Yi and his sister go there like this, it's... He didn't know what to say. He wanted to say that it was reckless, but he was afraid of offending them. I'll act according to the circumstances, Hao Rin said. If you don't mind, how about we brother and sister go with you? If he hadn't seen how Lu Yi killed Yuan Guang, Hao Rin wouldn't have dared to make such a suggestion. But after seeing with his own eyes that even Yuan Guang wasn't Lu Yi's opponent, Hao Rin felt that it wasn't impossible, but they needed to be careful. Lu Yi raised his brow. That would be for the best. He wasn't surprised that Hao Rin and his sister would join in. Silver Light Island and Sky-bearing Sect were neighbors, so there was bound to be a lot of friction. If someone wanted to stir up trouble in Sky-bearing Sect, the cultivators of Silver Light Island would be happy to see it happen. Lu Yi hadn't tried to rope them in before because they weren't familiar with each other, and because others might not be willing to take the risk. But since Hao Ren had taken the initiative to propose, it was different. The brother and sister were both 8th Order cultivators, so their strength was pretty good. After talking, he learned that the brother and sister were both ghost cultivators who were proficient in the Tao of concealment. Only then did Lu Yi understand why the two of them dared to come to Sky-bearing Sect's territory to look for the purple cloud flower. It turned out that they were ghost cultivators. Ghost cultivators were similar to weapon cultivators before the 7th Order, but after the 7th Order, they could communicate with the Netherworld, allowing them to display the advantages of this sect. Among the various sects, body cultivators had the strongest physique, magic cultivators had the best magic arts. Weapon cultivators were valiant, and medical cultivators could heal the wounded and save the dying. Ghost cultivators were hard to guard against because they were fast and were good at assassination and concealment. This sect was also the easiest to kill enemies above their realm. If a ghost cultivator quietly got close to them, even if their cultivation was higher, they wouldn't necessarily have a good end. Correspondingly, the body of a ghost cultivator was as fragile as that of a spell cultivator. Furthermore, they would never be able to cultivate spells. There was a price to pay for communicating with the Netherworld. This was because the spiritual energy in a ghost cultivator's body was no longer pure spiritual energy. It was a very special kind of energy. It was this kind of energy that gave them all kinds of unbelievable abilities. According to Lu Ye's original plan, he would find the place where the sky-bearing sect cultivators gathered and find a way to lure the snake out of its hole. He was a seventh order cultivator from Grand Heaven Alliance, so as long as he showed his face there, he would definitely be hunted down. So if one came, he would kill one. If two came, he would kill two. If too many people came, he would run. In any case, he would do whatever he could. He was here for revenge, so he wouldn't talk about benevolence and righteousness with his enemies. Now that the house siblings were here, it was more convenient for him to carry out his plan. Bait was necessary to lure the snake out of its hole, and an eighth order ghost cultivator was undoubtedly the most suitable bait, especially since this bait came from Silver Light Island. After some discussion, the plan was set. The group of four headed in the direction of sky-bearing sect's mineral lode. An eighth order cultivator could barely fly on an artifact manipulation technique, but not to mention the amount of spirit chi required to fly, it wouldn't be appropriate to swagger around in the territory of a hostile force. So, the four of them rushed over. Fortunately, sky-bearing sect's mineral lode wasn't too far from here. It was about 200 kilometers away from sky-bearing sect's encampment. The resources controlled by each sect wouldn't be too far away from their encampment, because if they were too far away, they wouldn't have enough strength to protect them. This was also the standard for the location of the encampment. They would first inquire about the location of the resources in their encampment before deciding on the location of their encampment. After a day of travel, the four of them arrived at their destination at night. This location was only 60 kilometers away from sky-bearing sect's encampment and 30 kilometers away from the mineral lode. They didn't move out immediately, but instead rested for a while. In the middle of the night, Hao Ren sneakily set off. Lu Yi saw him not go far before suddenly merging into the night. Even when he condensed his spirit chi in his eyes, he couldn't see Hao Ren's trace. This was the uniqueness of ghost cultivators. Hao Ren's current cultivation wasn't high enough, so he couldn't completely conceal himself, but there was no problem in condensing his spirit chi. When a ghost cultivator reached the Cloud River realm, it would be even more difficult to detect their whereabouts. So, a powerful ghost cultivator was very frightening. He could be at a time and place when the enemy least expected him to wield a sharp weapon to take their life. Of course, it wasn't impossible to break the concealment of ghost cultivators. If they were attacked, they would still be exposed. Moreover, after a cultivator's cultivation increased, their perception would also become stronger, and they would have a faint sense of hidden danger. After waiting for less than an hour, 2 streams of light suddenly rushed out from the opposite side of the mineral lode, one from the left and one from the right. These 2 were both 9th order cultivators, and one of them should be a spirit cultivator because he was constantly using spirit techniques while flying, striking downward with astonishing momentum. Although the other didn't use any spirit techniques, he still used the power of imperial artifact manipulation, and a faint golden stream of light shuttled through the forest. Chapter 243. According to the information provided by Hao Ren and his sister, an important place like the sky-bearing sect's mine would definitely be guarded by 9th order cultivators, and there would be more than one. Because the mine was relatively large, a single 9th order cultivator wouldn't be able to guard it all. And once he exposed his whereabouts there, he would definitely be hunted down. Now, it seemed that the situation was similar to what he had expected. Hao Ren had lured 2 9th order cultivators over. Now, what he had to do was very simple: find a way to kill these 2 sky-bearing sect cultivators. In the night sky, the 2 chasing figures were extremely obvious and were constantly approaching Lu Ye's location. The 2 were still 3 kilometers away, but Hao Ren had already arrived in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi couldn't help but sigh. A ghost cultivator really ran fast. 2 9th order cultivators, flying on their imperial flying artifacts, couldn't catch up to him. However, at this moment, how Ren's neck had some strange lines that Lu Yi had seen from Lan Yudai. Presumably, he was using some kind of secret technique to move so fast. His face was slightly pale and covered in dust. Nodding slightly to Lu Yi, how Ren walked to the agreed position and suddenly disappeared. As soon as he left, the two figures on their flying artifacts arrived not far in front of Lu Yi. A stream of light shot straight at Lu Yi. It was the light of an imperial flying artifact. Lu Yi looked up and felt that the power of this guy's imperial flying artifact was not as good as his own. Moreover, the light on his body was not bright. Obviously, he had taken a lot of spirit pills. This ninth order cultivator was much worse than Yuan Guang. It's not that ghost cultivator. The magic cultivator who hadn't made a move suddenly said. The imperial equipment's stream of light deviated slightly, brushing past Lu Ye's cheek as it flew past. The strong wind it brought with it made his face hurt. From beginning to end, Lu Yi did not move at all, as if he was scared silly. In fact, Lu Yi was confident that he could dodge or block this attack, so he didn't make any unnecessary movements. The one who attacked Lu Yi should be a weapon cultivator because he was stepping on a saber. Cultivators could choose a specialized flying artifact or a spirit artifact that they used to kill their enemies. The two were different. A specialized flying artifact was undoubtedly more comfortable because it had more space, was faster, and flew more smoothly. However, it consumed more spirit chi. For example, the weapon cultivator in front of him could also fly with the help of the spirit weapon he had used to kill enemies. However, the experience would not be as good as the former, and the advantage would be that it would save spiritual energy. Furthermore, some spirit weapons used to kill enemies were not suitable for flying. Sabers and swords were still fine. Flying on a sword or saber was still considered cool and unrestrained. If one used a spiked club, the posture of flying on a spirit weapon was simply too unsightly. In the end, choosing a flying spiritual artifact or a spiritual artifact that relied on oneself to kill enemies depended on one's wealth. This was similar to how a seventh order cultivator would choose an imperial artifact to kill their enemy. Some cultivators had spirit artifacts that could be used for close combat or mid-range combat. Cultivators spent a lot of money on cultivation. The spirit pills they took and the spirit stones they used for cultivation were all expenses. When one's cultivation was low, they would need to buy some talismans to protect themselves. After reaching the seventh order, many cultivators would need to buy imperial equipment. Once he reached the eighth order, he would need to purchase a flight-type spirit artifact. To purchase a heaven-grade secret art after reaching the ninth order. Therefore, most cultivators at the spirit stream realm lived a hard life, and it was difficult for them to accumulate wealth. The price of a specialized flight-type spirit artifact was not low. It would cost at least 200 to 300 spirit stones. The better the flight-type spirit artifact, the more expensive it would be. There were even some that cost tens of thousands of spirit stones. Although Lu Yi had not yet reached the level of flying on a flying artifact, he still had some understanding of these things. Therefore, when he saw the flying saber cultivator, he knew that this guy was poor and immediately lost interest in him. Even if he killed this kind of person, there would not be many good things in his storage bag. On the other hand, the small boat under the cultivator's feet looked very exquisite and might be worth some money. Both of them floated in the air, looking down at the scared out of his wits Lu Yi. The cultivator asked in a deep voice, "Do you see an eighth order ghost cultivator?" Lu Yi did not speak. Right now, he was thinking about how to get the other party down. This guy was floating in the air, so the traps he had set up before were useless. Not getting an answer, the cultivator became a little impatient and asked again, "Which camp are you on?" As usual, there was no answer. "Then you can go to hell." The cultivator coldly snorted. This kind of cultivator who could not be asked about his camp must be on the enemy's side, so he decisively prepared to attack. Saying so, the spirit artifact in his hand trembled slightly as murderous intent surged. Lu Yi reached out and took out something from his storage bag and threw it to the ground. The cultivator's eyes lit up when he saw this. Before the thing hit the ground, he rushed over because it was a flight-type spirit artifact that Lu Yi had thrown out. For a cultivator who was so poor that he could only fly on his saber, a flight-type spirit artifact was undoubtedly very attractive, especially when it was thrown out by a 7th-order cultivator. In the cultivator's view, this was undoubtedly a price to pay for his life. This thing belonged to Yuan Guang. After Lu Yi killed him, he opened his storage bag, and it became his spoils of war. Now, it was just the right time to use it. The cultivator caught the flight-type spirit artifact in his hand at lightning speed. After taking a closer look, he found that this thing seemed a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Of course, he was familiar with it. Yuan Guang and he were both 9th-order cultivators, and they were both Sky Pillar sect cultivators, so they must have some kind of friendship. He had seen Yuan Guang's flight-type spirit artifact before, and even rode on it with Yuan Guang. Before he could figure it out, the place he was in twisted and changed, and a stone forest suddenly appeared. After the stone forest disappeared, the weapon cultivator also disappeared. This change scared the cultivator, but what happened next was even scarier. The spirit energy below surged, and 2 streams of light swept towards him at an extremely fast speed. Each stream of light was full of murderous intent, and when they intersected, the 2 streams of light seemed to turn into a pair of scissors. The cultivator was cautious. Even if he was stronger than Lu Yi, he still hovered 300 meters away, afraid that this 7th-order cultivator would suddenly attack him. He had suffered such a loss before. So, after a short scare, the cultivator calmed down. His usual caution had paid off, and he was very steady. 300 meters was already beyond the limit of a 7th-order cultivator's flight ability. No matter what, it was impossible for the other party to hurt him. With 2 soft thuds, the flight-type spirit artifact under the cultivator's feet was violently shaken and immediately swayed. The cultivator had pushed his spirit energy at the same time as Lu Yi attacked, preparing to cast a spirit technique. But this change disturbed his mind and interrupted the spirit technique he was about to cast. He hurriedly stabilized his flight-type spirit artifact. Falling from this height, even if he didn't die, he would be half dead. His small body wasn't as strong as a body cultivator's. His mind was in a mess. Who the hell told him that a 7th-order cultivator's flight ability couldn't exceed 300 meters? This was more than 300 meters. It was more than 350 meters. A scorching aura rushed from below, and the flight-type spirit artifact that had just stabilized was violently impacted again. This time, it was even more violent than before. It was Lu Ye's fire dragon technique. Under the night sky, the huge fire dragon collided with the flight-type spirit artifact and directly knocked it over. With a cry of alarm, the cultivator fell from midair. 2 streams of light lingered around his body, shuttling left and right. But they didn't kill the cultivator because an extremely thick spirit barrier had suddenly appeared on the cultivator's body. This was a life-saving spirit technique that every cultivator cultivated. His body swayed left and right under the impact of the 2 streams of light. Although he was dizzy from the impact, as long as his spirit barrier didn't break, his life wouldn't be in danger. Seeing this scene, Lu Yi felt more and more that he needed to find a way to inscribe spirit inscriptions on his imperial artifact. Without the sharpness spirit inscriptions, the power of his imperial artifact was really not enough. The cultivator's spirit barrier was indeed good, but if Lu Yi were to use his mountain plate saber to cut it, it would only take 3 to 5 slashes to break it. If he had 2 sharpness spirit inscriptions, it might only take 1 or 2 slashes. But now, the streams of light from his imperial artifact were hitting the cultivator's spirit barrier with astonishing momentum. But in reality, they were just scratching an itch. Lu Yi complained in his heart, but he didn't know that the cultivator was actually terrified. It wasn't just because he was falling from midair, but more importantly because he saw a 7th Order realm cultivator with 2 sharpness spirit inscriptions. Under the attack of his opponent's imperial artifact, his spirit chi was crazily flowing out like a flood. With the help of the impact of his imperial artifact, he stabilized his body and hurriedly used the imperial sky technique. This spirit technique allowed people to float in the air for a short period of time. Dong Shuyi had used it in front of Lu Yi before, but he was stunned by Lu Ye's fire quail. Cultivators generally didn't use imperial artifact to kill enemies. It wasn't that they didn't know how, but that there was no need. The spirit techniques they used could hit enemies from very far away, and when using imperial artifact they had to be distracted, so the attack range was limited. Therefore, imperial artifact was of little value to cultivators. However, once a cultivator reached the 7th Order realm, they could cultivate more powerful spirit techniques, just like how Lu Yi cultivated the fire dragon technique. Therefore, after a cultivator reached the 7th Order realm, their strength would be greatly increased. After using the imperial sky technique, the 9th Order cultivator let out a long breath. Although he was embarrassed by a 7th Order realm cultivator, he had now stabilized the situation. Now, as long as he flew higher, put some distance between them, and flew back on his imperial artifact, he would be able to take control of this battle. At that time, the 7th Order cultivator would be nothing more than a target. Being embarrassed by a 7th Order cultivator was simply shameful and humiliating. He decided to teach the other party a lesson. He wanted to let the other party know how terrifying the wrath of a 9th Order cultivator could erupt. His spirit chi surged, and his body flew up, stepping back onto his flight-type spirit artifact. Looking down, he couldn't find any trace of the 7th Order cultivator. Where did he go? Just now. He was flustered and didn't pay attention to the other party's movements. Now he didn't know where the other party had gone. Suddenly, a spirit chi fluctuation came from above his head. When the cultivator looked up, his scalp went numb. Chapter 244. His enemy, who should have been on the ground, was now above him. Under the light of the full moon, a pair of fiery red wings with flowing spirit energy flapped gently behind his back. The long saber in his hand was infused with spirit energy as he swiftly slashed down at the cultivator. Impossible! As his body fell, the cultivator screamed in his heart. Kong. Dust flew as the cultivator's body fell heavily to the ground. He felt as if many of his bones had been broken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The spirit energy barrier that could block the attack of the mountain coiling saber with 2 sharpness spirit inscriptions had disappeared. It wasn't broken, but the cultivator could no longer maintain it. In order to avoid the power of Lu Ye's imperial artifact, he had flown a little too high, nearly 400 feet above the ground. This caused him to fall half dead. His vision was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. His ears were buzzing and blood was flowing out of the cultivator's 7 orifices. With such injuries, he was clearly on the verge of death. Lu Yi landed lightly beside him and retracted his wings. He flipped the saber in his hand and aimed it at the cultivator's heart before stabbing it down. The cultivator's body tensed up as he instinctively grabbed the mountain coiling saber with both hands. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. He was a 9th Order Dharma cultivator, so if he had really died in a fight, it could only be attributed to his lack of skill. But against Lu Yi, a 7th Order Dharma cultivator, he hadn't even been able to use a single technique before he was killed. How could he be willing to accept this? Even if he wasn't willing, there was nothing he could do. His upright body fell to the ground again as a red light flew out. A 9th Order cultivator died. Lu Yi pulled out his saber and walked step by step to the place where the cultivator disappeared. As if he had broken through a thin barrier, the surrounding scenery distorted, and he appeared in the familiar terrain of the stone forest. At this moment, the battle was extremely tense. How Rin and his sister were fighting with the soldier cultivator, while the other was controlling her imperial artifact and harassing the soldier cultivator from a distance. Their cooperation was extremely close, and the soldier cultivator was annoyed. In a one-on-one fight, the siblings weren't the cultivator's opponent, but when the two of them worked together, the cultivator was no match for them. There was a difference in strength between cultivators of the same level. Lu Yi had observed earlier that this weapon cultivator's spiritual light was not very bright. It was much weaker than Yuan Guang, who had been killed by him. If Yuan Guang was here to deal with the house siblings, he might be able to take on the two of them at once. However, this weapon cultivator obviously did not have that ability. Just as he was distracted by the fight, he saw Lu Yi appear out of thin air. The weapon cultivator was shocked. Normally, he wouldn't put a seventh-order cultivator in his eyes, but at the moment he was in a bad situation and couldn't deal with more enemies. He was puzzled. Where had his Dharma cultivator companion gone? Why didn't I kill this seventh order? A fiery red stream of light flew out of Lu Ye's hand and attacked the weapon cultivator. He threw a spirit pill into his mouth and chewed. He didn't know when he had developed this habit, but after a battle he would want to eat some spirit pills, even if the consumption was not large. This weapon cultivator from the Sky Pillar sect was currently trapped in the Nine Realms diagram. Even if he wasn't there, the house siblings would be able to deal with him. Therefore, Lu Yi did not choose to go forward. Instead, he used his imperial artifact to provide support. He was in a cooperative relationship with the house siblings, so naturally he couldn't snatch all the benefits. This kind of cooperation with the idea of everything is mine was destined to be fragile. Clanging sounds could be heard as two streams of light from imperial weapons circled around the weapon cultivator and attacked him whenever he was caught off guard. Although Hao Qing was a woman, she was not inferior to a man when it came to fighting. Her movements were extremely fast, and the spirit weapon in her hand was almost like an afterimage. She was able to take advantage of the weapon cultivator's distraction to attack his vital points. After a dozen breaths, the weapon cultivator had several wounds on his body, and his clothes were dyed red with blood. After another 20 breaths, Hao Ren's imperial artifact pierced through the back of the weapon cultivator's head, and the battle ended. A red light flew out of the weapon cultivator's corpse and landed on the back of Hao Ren's hand. Hao Qing quickly collected the spoils. A strong sense of rejection came from all around, and in an instant, the three of them returned to their original position. There were 2 more corpses on the ground, and Yi was standing not far away with the Nine Realms diagram in her hand. Awesome, ha ha ha. Hao Ren laughed. After seeing Lu Ye's methods, the 2 siblings decided to come with him to cause trouble, but whether they could succeed or not, they had no confidence in their hearts. But now, Sky Pillar sect had already lost 2 Ninth Order realm cultivators, while their side had no casualties. This greatly boosted their confidence. Let's go. Lu Yi grabbed Hupo from his shoulder and threw him to the ground. Hupo immediately returned to his original form. He flipped onto the tiger's back and pulled Yi up as well. Hupo sprinted towards the Sky Pillar sect's mining area. Hao Ren and Yi blended into the surrounding darkness and couldn't be seen, but the faintly discernible aura indicated that the 2 of them weren't far away. Luring a snake out of its hole once was enough, and it couldn't be done a second time. The cultivators of Sky Pillar sect weren't fools. 2 Ninth Order realm cultivators had chased after them, and not only did the enemy not die, they even ran back. As long as the cultivators who stayed behind checked, they would know whether the 2 Ninth Order realm cultivators were dead or alive. At that time, they would send a message back to their own encampment. Previously, Hao Ren had already made some inquiries. There were a total of 3 Ninth Order realm cultivators guarding the mine. 2 of them had been lured out and killed, leaving only 1 behind to guard the mine. So, as long as the remaining Ninth Order realm cultivator was dealt with, there would be no more Ninth Order realm cultivators in the mine. With Lu Ye's current strength, he could naturally do whatever he wanted. He just needed to retreat before Sky Pillar sect could react. So the key now was to kill the other party. As they moved forward, when they were 3 kilometers away from the mine, Lu Yi flipped off the tiger's back. Hoopa turned into the size of a cat and jumped onto his shoulder. As for Yi, she scouted the path ahead, looking for the 9th Order Realm cultivator. Hao Rin and Yi were nearby. Once they found the last 9th Order Realm cultivator, they would join forces with Lu Yi to kill him. When Lu Yi took a step forward, he took a light breath and a spirit inscription silently covered his body. In an instant, all auras disappeared, including Hoopa, who was on his shoulder. Aura concealment. It was a spirit inscription that he had obtained in the same batch as Hao Rin. There was a spirit talisman called the Aura Concealing Talisman. Lu Yi had used this spirit talisman when he rescued Hoopa. He used to keep a few on him because this spirit talisman was very useful in certain circumstances. For example, right now. However, after obtaining the Aura Concealing Spirit inscription from the talent tree, those spirit inscriptions became useless. In fact, Lu Yi wanted to get the kind of spirit runes that could hide his body. If he could have such a spirit rune, then he could completely hide his body and become like a ghost cultivator. It was not as simple as just restraining his aura. Looking up, there was a faint light coming from the mine. It was very scattered, and it was the light coming from the mine's entrances. This made Lu Yi recall the days when he was mining in Evil Moon Valley. He originally thought that after becoming a cultivator, he could completely get rid of the rough work of mining. But he didn't expect that even after becoming a cultivator, some people would still want to mine. It wasn't just the Sky Pillar sect that was like this. All the major sects were like this. The materials produced in the encampment were one of the sources of daily cultivation for cultivators. No one would casually give them up. The various sects weren't rich to this extent yet. It wasn't that the major sects hadn't thought of hiring some mortals to mine in the past. There were quite a few mortals in the Spirit Stream battlefield, but some ferocious creatures would often appear in the mines, or cultivators from enemy sects would come to attack. Once such a situation occurred, the mortals wouldn't be able to protect themselves and would often suffer heavy casualties. Over time, no mortals dared to mine for the cultivators. As a last resort, the cultivators could only do it themselves. It could be said that anyone who had lived in the Spirit Stream battlefield, whether they were disciples of large sects, small clans, or some rogue cultivators, were all experts in mining. In the storage bags of cultivators, one could generally find some pickaxes or other strange mining tools. When he was less than a mile away from the mine, Lu Yi, who was quietly moving forward, suddenly stopped. A faint sense of danger arose, as if he was being watched by someone. Without any hesitation, Lu Yi channeled his spirit energy into his right eye, and an exquisite spirit pattern quickly formed in his eye. In an instant, his vision changed. With the support of this spirit pattern, called insight, he could see scenes that couldn't be seen normally. Everything around him wasn't so real, and the reflections in his vision were streaks of light or strips of light of different thicknesses, constantly twisting and changing. Those were the light of the world's spirit energy. The function of the insight spirit pattern was to see the flow of spirit energy and the transformation of spirit energy. He swept his gaze around and fixed it on a spot on his left. There was something wrong with the flow of spirit energy there, and a certain area was obviously denser than the surrounding area. If that area were to be outlined as a figure, it would be a human figure. The human figure was approaching him at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. It was also at this moment that a thick sense of danger enveloped Lu Yi, and all the hair on his body stood on end. The mountain plate saber was instantly unsheathed, and with the support of the sharpness spirit pattern, the saber slashed forward. With a clang, a short saber appeared out of nowhere and blocked Lu Yi's blow. Then a figure appeared in front of Lu Yi out of thin air. It was a short man with a small beard, and judging from his aura, he was a 9th Order cultivator, and a 9th Order ghost cultivator at that. Otherwise, It wouldn't make sense for him to have such a strange ability. Is it the ninth order cultivator who stayed here? Lu Yi didn't have time to think about it, so he withdrew his saber and stabbed forward. The ghost cultivator opposite him was obviously surprised, because he didn't expect that his whereabouts would be easily seen through by a seventh order cultivator, and that the other party would even take the initiative. The other party's saber strike was powerful and heavy, and in his haste to react, the ghost cultivator felt his palm crack. Seeing Lu Yi stabbing at him again, he hurriedly raised his spirit artifact to block. At that moment, Hupa, who was crouching on Lu Ye's shoulder, suddenly roared, and the air distorted as a visible shockwave hit the ghost cultivator. The ghost cultivator felt his head buzz, as if he had been hit by an invisible sledgehammer, and for a moment he felt dizzy. Chapter 245. During this period of time, Yi had grown tremendously, but so had Hupa. After all, Yi's strength was directly linked to Hupo's. When they were dealing with Yuan Guang, Lu Yi intended to test his combat strength, so Hupa didn't make a move. But now, facing this ninth order ghost cultivator, Hupa brazenly roared. A long time ago, Lu Yi discovered that Hupa had some strange abilities. He once asked Yi if Hupa knew any spells, but Yi said that Hupa didn't. As Hupo's strength increased, his strange ability was gradually revealed. It was indeed not a spell, but a talent that awakened from his bloodline. Hupo's roar didn't kill, but it had a great impact on one's mind. The ninth order ghost cultivator in front of Lu Yi was caught off guard and his mind buzzed. Although he recovered quickly due to the difference in strength, it also created an excellent opportunity for Lu Yi. The mountain coiling blade stabbed into the ghost cultivator's chest, but unfortunately it couldn't penetrate his body. The ghost cultivator immediately bowed and retreated, avoiding this fatal blow. Lu Yi didn't show any mercy. He pounced forward and slashed down with his long blade infused with spirit energy, like a storm. A series of clanging sounds rang out, and the ghost cultivator's face gradually became frightened. The violent force from the spirit artifact wasn't something he could contend against. Moreover, the speed of his opponent's blade was a little too fast. This short confrontation caused blood to flow from his hand. Suddenly, murderous intent burst out from both sides. It was the house siblings who had been coordinating from the side. The brother and sister had been inseparable since they started cultivating. Their hearts and minds were connected, so their cooperation was naturally flawless. The Sky Pillar sect ghost cultivator turned pale with fright. He only noticed Lu Yi just now and didn't expect there to be two other people nearby. Moreover, they were from the same sect as him. As a ghost cultivator, he naturally knew the consequences of being ambushed by a ghost cultivator. Frightened, spirit energy surged from his body, and he lowered his body. Two soft sounds rang out and blood splattered. When the house siblings revealed themselves, they each left a deep wound on the ghost cultivator's body. The ghost cultivator staggered back. Before he could stabilize himself, a bright blade flashed in front of him. He couldn't block this blade as his arm was already numb. The mountain coiling blade slashed down, and the ghost cultivator's head flew high, blood gushing out from his neck. With the three of them working together, the ghost cultivator was killed in less than 10 breaths. Lu Yi picked up the man's storage pouch and put it away, then rushed towards the source of the light. Hao Rin and his sister followed closely behind. What's going on? Why are there beast roars? Someone suddenly walked out of the tunnel. He must have heard Hupo's roar and came out to investigate the situation. They bumped head-on into Lu Ye's trio. You are. The man was still puzzled when a stream of light shot out from the hands of the house siblings. It pierced through the man's body and brought out 2 streams of hot blood. Passing by the corpse, Hao Qing picked up his bag of holding and continued walking. The mine tunnel wasn't dark and was decorated with torches. As the group entered the mine tunnel, all the sky-bearing sect cultivators they encountered were killed in an extremely short period of time. In this lode, there were dozens of cultivators mining ores all year round. Most of them were between the 6th and 8th layers, with the higher the cultivation, the fewer people there were. As for 9th order cultivators, they didn't need to mine ores and only needed to guard the lode. Even the sects in the inner circle didn't have many 9th order cultivators. The 3 9th order cultivators guarding the lode were already dead, so as long as Lu Yi and the others weren't besieged, they wouldn't be in too much danger. In addition, the 3 9th order cultivators died so quickly that they didn't even have time to spread the news. As a result, the cultivators still working in the lode didn't know that danger was approaching. Lu Yi and the house siblings had already separated at a fork in the tunnel. This way, they could increase the efficiency of killing enemies. However, no matter how stealthy they would eventually be exposed. After an incense stick worth of time, a mournful scream came from somewhere in the mine. This aroused the vigilance of the nearby sky-bearing sect cultivators. As messages were sent out, the sky-bearing sect cultivators soon discovered something shocking. That was, the brand of many of their fellow cultivators had disappeared. The disappearance of the brand undoubtedly meant that this person was dead. What made them even more uneasy was that the brand of the 3 9th order senior brothers guarding the lode had also disappeared. Panic began to spread, and all the surviving cultivators began to flee the mine, while at the same time passing the news back to the station. At the sky-bearing sect station, Guardian Zhou Qi and Vice Envoy Yu Hongbao were alarmed. The two hurriedly came out of their cultivation room, and when they met, they found that the situation was worse than they had imagined. Not only were the 3 9th order cultivators guarding the lode dead, even Yuan Guang had died at some unknown time. Although the brand that cultivators added to each other's marks could determine whether they were dead or alive, no one would check it often. They would only notice it when they needed to send a message. It must be Silverlight Island's doing. Yu Hongbao gritted his teeth. It was no wonder he thought so. So many people had been killed in such a short time, including 3 9th order cultivators. Who else could it be but Silverlight Island, who didn't see eye to eye with them? However, Yu Hongbao really couldn't understand why the 4 9th order cultivators, including Yuan Guang, didn't even have time to send a message before they died. From the looks of it, Silverlight Island must have sent a lot of people this time. Luo Fu and Qi Shi, those two bastards, must also be here. Senior brother, should we support the lode? Yu Hongbao asked. We don't know the situation there for the time being. How could Zhou Qi not want to support them? However, no one knew the situation there. If Silverlight Island mobilized a large number of people, rashly supporting them would only give them an opportunity. While speaking, Zhou Qi looked outside the station. Under the dark curtain of night, there seemed to be endless dangers hidden. They had done this kind of thing before, and so had Silverlight Island. After so many years of fighting, who didn't know what the other party was thinking? Send a message to the disciples at the lode and tell them to quickly escape. The more the better. Zhou Qi quickly made a decision. Yu Hongbao knew that this was the only way. Together with Zhou Qi, he immediately sent out a message and gathered all the cultivators in the station to wait for dawn. They could only wait until dawn to know if there was an ambush from Silverlight Island outside. At the same time, in Silverlight Island Station, a few 100 kilometers away, Luo Fu and Qi Shi, who had no idea what was going on, were sitting opposite each other, playing black and white chess. When Hao Rin and his sister decided to act together with Lu Yi, they sent a message to Luo Fu. After learning that Lu Yi killed Yuan Guang with a 7th order cultivation, Luo Fu was shocked for a long time. Even if he fought Yuan Guang alone, he wouldn't dare say that he could win, let alone kill him. After all, Yuan Guang was the former vice protector of Sky Pillar Sect, so he still had strength. What he couldn't do, a 7th order cultivator actually did it. Even if he borrowed the power of the spirit array, this kind of strength was still a little too shocking. When Hao Rin decided to act together with Lu Yi, Luo Fu actually didn't approve of it. Jumping around in someone else's station was definitely risky. But considering that Hao Ren and his sister were ghost cultivators who were good at escaping and hiding, he didn't stop them. He knew the strength of Hao Ren and his sister. If the two of them worked together, it wouldn't be a problem for them to fight an ordinary Ninth Order cultivator. He thought that blue blood sex Lu Ye would definitely return empty-handed after reaching Sky Pillar sex mineral load and might even be hunted down. He had already sent a message to Hao Ren and asked him to invite Lu Ye to the station as a guest if there was a chance. He had heard some very strange rumors from some very secretive channels, but as Hao Ren passed back one message after another, he fell into a trance. What's wrong with this world? It feels a little different from the cultivation world I know. What's the situation? Qi Shi asked as he placed his chess piece. It's a long story. Luo Fu didn't know how to explain. If he didn't know Hao Ren's character, he would have suspected that Hao Ren had been captured by Sky Pillar sect and had given him false information to fool him. Qi Shi frowned. Are Hao Ren and the others in danger? Luo Fu shook his head and reported the names of 3 people. Qi Shi asked, 3 Ninth Order cultivators from Sky Pillar sect? Yes, they are chasing Hao Ren and Lu Ye. They're dead. Now, Hao Ren and his sister have followed Lu Ye and killed their way into Sky Pillar sect's mineral lode. They killed 1 when they saw 1, 2 when they saw 2. TSK, Hao Ren said that blood is flowing like a river over there. Bullshit. Qi sure couldn't help but curse. I also think he's bullshit. Luo Fu smiled bitterly. Then I sent a message to Hao Qing and she said the same thing. Qi Shi's eyes widened. They captured Sky Pillar sect's mineral lode. That seems to be the case. Impossible. Qi Shi said as he hurriedly contacted Hao Qing. A moment later, he received a reply, which was no different from what Luo Fu said before. He suddenly felt a little dazed, feeling that everything around him was not so real. He hesitated. Could it be that Hao Ren and his sister were captured? Obviously, he had the same thought as Luo Fu, but soon he shook his head and said, if they were really captured, they would most likely commit suicide. They wouldn't betray their sect for glory. But 4 people had captured Sky Pillar sect's mineral lode. This was too bizarre. Sky Pillar sect must be thinking that we did something. Qi Shi thought of another key point. Since something happened to Sky Pillar sect's mineral lode, they will definitely send people to hunt them down. Luo Fu nodded. This is an opportunity. There was no need for him to say more as Qi Shi had already reacted. He threw down the chess piece in his hand and said, I'll gather people. A moment later, hundreds of cultivators gathered in front of Sky Secret Temple Square. Their cultivations ranged from 6th Order to 9th Order. Most of them were Sky Pillar sect cultivators, while others were rogue cultivators who had attached themselves to Sky Pillar sect or cultivators from other sects. But whether they were rogue cultivators or from other sects, since they had come to Silver Light Island Station, they had to obey orders. No one knew why the Guardian and Vice Guardian had summoned them here in the middle of the night, but they all had a faint feeling that a storm was coming. They were not afraid, but rather excited. Although this kind of large-scale operation was dangerous, it was also a good time to earn merit points. The higher one's cultivation was, the greater the need for merit points. After a short while, Luo Fu threw out a large ship and several hundred people boarded it. Under the joint efforts of the cultivators, the ship rose into the air and quickly drifted in the direction of Sky Pillar sect Station. Chapter 246. Inside the mine, Lu Yi received a message from Hao Ren. Brother Yi, it's time to retreat. The surviving cultivators of Sky-bearing sect had been alarmed, so the news must have been sent back to their encampment. This place was only 30 kilometers away from Sky-bearing sect's encampment. If they didn't leave now, once Sky-bearing sect sent reinforcements, it would be difficult for them to leave. Lu Yi also knew that it wasn't good to stay here for long, so he didn't continue fighting. Under Yi's lead, he walked out of a cave. The exits of this mine were everywhere, mainly to facilitate escape. Mining in the Spirit Stream battlefield wasn't safe. If there were too few exits, it would be easy to block them. So basically every sex mine had many exits. This made it convenient for Lu Yi, as he didn't need to go back the way he came. After rushing out of the mine, a bird-like sound immediately came from not far away. Lu Yi grabbed Hupa and threw it on the ground, having it transform back into its original form. He then jumped on Hupo's back and rushed over. In a flash, he met up with Hao Ren and Yi and fled madly. They thought that they had poked a hornet's nest this time and would definitely be pursued. Lu Yi had already planned that if there weren't many people coming, he would turn back and attack Hao Ren and Yi. If there were many, he would separate from them and continue to flee, attracting the enemy's attention. The speed of his flying wings was very fast, and ordinary Ninth Order cultivators couldn't keep up with it. But after fleeing for a while, there was no movement behind them, which surprised everyone. An hour later, the 3 people and 1 tiger stopped in a hurry on a small hillside. There were no pursuers, so there was no need to run. Hao Ren said, "Brother Yi, we seem to have made a mistake." "What?" "The people of Sky-bearing sect probably won't come after us." He had just communicated with Luo Fu for a while, and this judgment was given by Luo Fu. "What do you mean?" "You see, we first killed 3 Ninth Order cultivators and then killed our way into their mine. In Sky-bearing sect's opinion, a large number of cultivators must have come to harm them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lost so many people. Moreover, before the 3 Ninth Order cultivators died, they didn't even have time to send back the news. With such concerns and the dark night, they wouldn't dare to rashly send people out. At this moment, they should be holed up in the encampment's spirit array." When Lu Yi heard this, she realized that things might be as Hao Ren said, only they knew the situation on their side. Sky Pillar sect didn't know. 3 of the Ninth Order masters guarding the mineral lode had died, and the mineral lode had been captured. Sky Pillar sect would definitely be suspicious, and with the darkness of the night, they didn't dare to attack rashly. "Brother, have you become smarter?" Hao Qing looked at Hao Ren in surprise. Hao Ren glared at him. He naturally wouldn't tell her that it was senior brother Luo Fu who said this. However, we can't let our guard down. After dawn, the Sky Pillar sect will definitely send people to investigate the mine. At that time, we'll probably be able to figure out the truth. He didn't know how the Sky Pillar sect would feel when they found out that it wasn't a group of people who raided the mine, but only a few people. On the flying spirit tool that looked like a large ship, Luo Fu, who was leading the team, ended his communication with Hao Ren with an indescribable expression. The Sky Pillar sect didn't send anyone to chase after him. What the hell was going on? He had pulled out all the people in the sect. He couldn't possibly bring everyone to see the night scenery and then run back. For a moment, his intestines were in knots. After an incense stick's worth of time, Lu Yi rode on Hupa and under the lead of Hao Ren and his sister, arrived in front of a lake. The night wind blew, and the lake rippled. Even the air seemed to be much clearer. Since they were sure that the people from the Sky Pillar sect didn't chase after them, they relaxed. Previously, when they killed those Sky Pillar sect cultivators in the mine, Hao Qing's body was covered in a lot of blood and was sticky. She came here mainly to wash it. Lu Yi didn't care. Hao Ren raised a bonfire and took out a large piece of beast meat from his storage bag to roast it. Looking at his technique, it was obvious that he was proficient in this field. Lu Yi raised his eyes and looked not far away. Hao Qing was standing by the lake and was muttering something. Then, she suddenly threw a large piece of something into the lake. With a bang, water splashed everywhere. As if sensing Lu Ye's confusion, Hao Ren explained, "It is said that there is a winged flood dragon in this lake. It likes to eat blood, but it generally doesn't hurt people. So, cultivators who come here to get water or rest only need to throw some blood food into the lake." Winged flood dragon? I haven't seen it either. It should be a very long snake. Lu Yi and Hoopa thought of the delicate white snake meat at the same time and felt a little hungry. Hao Ren chuckled. There are legends all over the spirit stream battlefield. Who knows if it's true or not? Anyway, as far as I know, no one has ever seen that winged flood dragon. It's probably just a rumor. A moment later, Hao Qing came back after washing up. Her hair was wet, and the beast meat was also roasted. Everyone shared it. After working for most of the night and fighting a big battle, they were naturally tired. Lu Yi and Hao Ren sat down to rest, while Yi was responsible for guarding the surroundings. As he cultivated, Lu Yi checked the situation of his spirit apertures. Half a month ago, he had opened 135 apertures, and now he only needed to open one more to reach 144. At that time, his cultivation would reach the 8th order. Having a high cultivation wasn't necessarily a good thing. For example, when he killed Yuan Guang, he received 27 merit points. But if he killed Yuan Guang as an 8th order cultivator, he would only get 18 points. This was one of the reasons why he ran to the inner circle without waiting for him to reach the 8th order. His 7th order cultivation was a little lacking, but the merit points he could get from killing enemies above his realm was really high. Lu Yi took out the storage bag he had collected before and opened it. He couldn't carry too many storage bags, but thanks to Madame Yun's guidance, his lockpicking skills were improving day by day. Opening a storage bag didn't take too much time. While he was busy, Hoopa, who had shrunk his body, jumped onto his lap and rubbed his head against his stomach. Generally, Hoopa would only do this for one thing. Lu Yi understood and took out the scale armor. Hoopa leaned over and took a deep breath, swallowing a line of blood visible to the naked eye. Hoopa fell stiffly to the ground. His body glowed with a faint red light, which shined brightly with his golden, demonic aura. Ever since he obtained this scale armor from 100 Peak Mountain's Dragon Spring, Hoopa would take a deep breath from time to time. Lu Yi would also place it in the spirit gathering array when he cultivated. But after such a long time, the blood qi in the scale armor hadn't decreased by much. This showed how rich the blood qi contained inside was. Second senior sister, Shui Yuan, had studied this scale armor before, but she didn't recognize it. She only guessed that there must be some secret hidden under the dragon spring. Lu Yi planned to wait until his cultivation was strong enough before going to the dragon spring to take a look. He remembered that when he was tempering his body in the dragon spring, 2 huge blood-red pupils suddenly appeared in his mind. Putting away the scale armor, Lu Yi continued to open the seal on his storage bag. On the surface of the lake, a layer of ripples appeared out of thin air, followed by layer after layer of ripples silently spreading outwards. In a short period of time, the ripples became densely packed and innumerable. A moment later, a single horn poked out from the surface of the water. A dark shadow moved underwater, as if a huge monster was swimming past. Lu Yi, who was on alert, called out softly. Lu Yi could hear that something was wrong with her voice, and quickly looked around. With a single glance, he saw 2 green eyes with vertical pupils, each the size of a wash basin. Even in the darkness of the night, they were extremely conspicuous. Meeting these eyes, Lu Yi immediately felt a great sense of terror and crisis. When he focused again, he could vaguely make out the appearance of the owner of those eyes. It was a huge snake head with a horn on its head. Its entire body was covered in dense snake scales. On the left and right sides of its abdomen, there were 2 protrusions, as if something was about to grow out of them. It was impossible to see how long the snake was because most of its body was underwater, but its body was at least as thick as a large water tank. Their eyes met, but Lu Yi didn't dare to move for a while. He could feel that this thing in front of him was probably on the same level as Xiao Hui in his station, reaching the limit of what could be accommodated in the spirit stream battlefield. Even if masters like Feng Yuechan and Li Baxin came here, they still wouldn't be able to win. Fortunately, this giant snake didn't immediately attack after it appeared. and its huge eyes only stared at Lu Yi. Lu Yi didn't know why it was staring at him. "Brother Hao, Brother Hao!" Lu Yi called out softly. Hao Ren still didn't know what was going on, so when he heard the call, he responded, "What's wrong?" "You said before what was in this lake." "Ing Jiao." Hao Ren suddenly cried out in fear because he also saw those huge eyes. Hao Qing, who was beside him, was also startled. He reacted quickly and quickly held down Hao Qing, who was about to jump up, and then Hao Qing maintained a strange posture of kneeling on one knee and arching her body. Cold sweat slowly flowed down their foreheads, and the atmosphere became tense. No one dared to move because they all sensed that this Ying Jiao was not to be trifled with. If they did something wrong and angered it, they might not live to see the sun tomorrow. "Brother Hao, didn't you say that this thing was just a rumor?" Hao Ren had just mentioned to him that there was a Ying Jiao in this lake, and now he saw it. Lu Yi didn't know whether to feel lucky or unlucky. Hao Ren's voice trembled. "I haven't seen it either. I've been here several times with my little sister, but it has never appeared. Think of a way. Why does it keep staring at me? Think of a way." Hao Ren took a few deep breaths to calm his panic. "Right, it likes to eat blood. Everyone don't move. I'll get something for it to eat. It might be hungry." After saying that, Hao Ren slowly stood up. At the same time, Lu Ye's attention was focused to the limit. He was waiting for the Ying Jiao to act strangely so that he could immediately fly into the sky. When he saw the Ying Jiao, he didn't immediately run away, mainly because he was afraid of angering it. If that happened, Hao Ren and his little sister wouldn't have a good ending. But if this Ying Jiao really had any malicious intentions towards them, then he had no other choice but to fly into the sky and escape. Chapter 247. Hao Ren slowly got up and bravely took out some beast meat from his storage bag. Basically, every cultivator would have some food in their storage bag, mainly to be prepared. He raised the beast meat and threw it at Ying Jiao. Ying Jiao was indifferent. He threw a few more pieces, but there was still no reaction. "It's useless, Brother Yi." Sweat dripped from Hao Ren's forehead. Lu Yi exhaled softly and said, "Brother Hao, you guys go first. It's staring at me and probably won't pay attention to you." "Then what about you?" "I have my own way of escaping." Hao Ren hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Then be careful, Brother Yi." Saying so, he signaled Hao Qing with his eyes, and the brother and sister pair tiptoed backwards. As expected, Ying Jiao did not pay any attention to them. He did not even look at them. This made the siblings feel both aggrieved and inexplicably fortunate. After retreating 100 feet, the brother and sister suddenly merged into the darkness. At this moment, Lu Yi was thinking about a question, and that was, what did Ying Jiao see in him? According to Hao Ren, the brother and sister had been here several times, but they had never seen Ying Jiao. But the first time he came, he was actually targeted by it. Something was very wrong. Lu Yi recalled what he had done before. Then he raised his hand and grabbed Hupa, who was lying on his lap, and lifted it to his side. Ying Jiao's eyes also moved. Lu Yi lifted Hupa to the other side. Ying Jiao's eyes moved again. He was sure that Ying Jiao wasn't targeting him, but Hupa. But because Hupa was with him, and Ying Jiao's eyes were so huge, there was no way to accurately judge just now, leading Lu Yi to think that he was being targeted. Hupa was a demon beast, which might be the reason why Ying Jiao was targeting it, but Lu Yi felt that the bigger reason was the blood qi in the scales. If it was only because of Hupa, the winged serpent would have appeared when Lu Yi and the others arrived. In fact, it had only appeared after Hupa had devoured the blood energy in the scale armor. In other words, it had been drawn out by the scale armor that Lu Yi had taken out. The scales looked like dragon scales, but also like snake scales. Ying Jiao's nature was a kind of snake demon, so the blood qi in the scales must be very attractive to it. However, whether or not this was the case still needed to be verified. Yes. Take the items and go underground." As Lu Yi spoke, he reached into his storage bag. In the next moment, he took out the scale armor and threw it to Yi. Then, spiritual energy surged around his body. A pair of fiery red wings spread out from his back, and he soared into the sky. The moment Yi received the scale armor, she sank into the ground. The winged serpent, which had been motionless all this time, suddenly moved. Almost at the same time that Lu Yi soared into the sky, the huge serpent's head slammed into the spot where Yi had been. Dust flew everywhere, and a huge crater was immediately created in the ground. A powerful wave of qi swept out, and Lu Ye's figure drifted away, quickly pulling away. He flew up to a height of 1,000 feet and looked down. He saw a huge creature bombarding the ground below, as if it wanted to find Yi, who was hiding below. Demonic qi billowed, its momentum terrifying. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly, shaking the earth and mountains with every strike. In just a short moment, a large crater with a radius of over 100 feet and a depth of several feet appeared where Yi was originally standing. As expected, it was because of the scale armor. When Lu Yi saw this, how could he not know that his previous guess was correct? Regardless of whether the scale armor was dragon or snake, it would definitely be of great use to the winged serpent. Otherwise, there was no reason for it to be drawn out. A demonic beast like the winged serpent had already reached the limit of what the spirit stream battlefield could contain. Normally, it would rest at the bottom of the lake and would not show its head because it no longer had any room to grow. To put it nicely, it was truly lonely to be invincible. To be more realistic, it was just eating and waiting for death. But if it could get its hands on the scale armor, the situation would be different. The reason it was called a winged serpent was because it was only one step away from becoming a flood dragon. Its instincts told it that if it could get its hands on the scale armor, it could become a flood dragon. That way, it would be able to break through the seal of heaven's secret and escape the cage that bound it. Not too far away, the House siblings, who had already escaped from the lake, couldn't help but gulp as they watched the commotion. They didn't know how Lu Yi had provoked the winged serpent to make it so angry. Fortunately, Lu Ye's figure was very obvious, so they didn't need to worry about his safety. High in the sky, Lu Yi looked down. He didn't need to worry about Yi. If she escaped underground, no matter how strong the winged serpent was, it couldn't do anything to her unless it also had the ability to escape underground. Now he just needed to find a way to shake the winged serpent off. If he wanted to shake off the winged serpent, it would be simple. This demonic beast could sense the blood qi in the scale armor, so he just needed to isolate the scale armor and prevent it from sensing him. In short, put it into his storage pouch. This was the fastest and most effective method. Lu Yi raised his hand and tapped on his battlefield imprint to send a message to Yi. Following his instructions, she put the scale armor into her storage pouch. The winged serpent, who was constantly bombarding the ground, immediately went crazy, and its momentum became even more frightening. After struggling for a while, it could no longer sense the aura of the scale armor. Only then did the winged serpent resentfully turn around and swim back to the lake. The serpent's forked tongue constantly flickered in and out of its mouth, and the demonic qi roiling around its body showed that its heart was not calm. Seeing that the winged serpent was about to re-enter the lake, Lu Yi suddenly thought of something. If he lured this demonic beast to the Sky Pillar Sect's encampment, what would happen? This was probably in existence on the same level as Xiaohui. If it was possible, then the Sky Pillar Sect's cultivators would definitely be moved to tears. Lu Yi had come to the inner circle to temper himself and take revenge for the Battle of Golden Light Peak. He originally planned to kill as many Sky Pillar Sect cultivators as possible while ensuring his own safety. But now, it seemed that his ambition could be even greater. The premise was that he could lure the winged serpent over. Yi, take it out and run. Lu Yi sent a message to Yi. Okay. Yi didn't ask any further and took out the scale armor from her storage pouch. At the lakeside, the winged serpent, who was just about to enter the water, immediately sensed something. It straightened its body and quickly rushed in a certain direction. Its body was nearly 60 meters long, but its speed was extremely fast. Conservatively speaking, even if Hooper ran at full speed, he wouldn't be able to outrun it. The winged serpent was chasing in the direction that E had fled in. It seemed that it could indeed sense the direction of the blood chi in the scale armor. This kind of unreasonable demonic beast perception was indeed very sharp. Moreover, it was too fast for E to shake it off. An hour later, the winged serpent stopped and once again bombarded the ground. This time, E was continuously going deeper into the ground under Lu Ye's instructions. The reason for this was because E's speed wasn't as fast as the winged serpent. Lu Ye wanted to use this opportunity to test how far the winged serpent could sense the scale armor. There was a limit to E's ability to escape underground. The deeper she went, the more serious the interference underground would be. The omnipresent force field was similar to the magnetic force field that pervaded the origin magnetic Oregon. They both had the effect of confining spiritual power. Therefore, the deeper E went, the weaker her strength would be. Once all of her spiritual power was confined, she would be forever trapped underground. 300 meters was E's limit. At that distance, E's spiritual power would be suppressed by more than half. It would be very dangerous to go any deeper, especially for a spiritual body like hers. A moment later, E sent a message. How is it? It's done. Even though E had already gone 300 meters, the winged serpent still didn't give up. It had already created a hole more than 30 meters deep in the ground where E was. At this speed, if E didn't move, the winged serpent would be able to dig her out in less than 2 hours. Keep running. I'll point you in the right direction. Lu Yi sent another message. Okay. Soon, under E's lead, the winged serpent began to move. Everywhere it passed, trees fell, leaving clear crawl marks on the ground. Lu Yi corrected E's direction. After confirming that it was correct, he lowered his body and retracted his wings. He then threw Hupa, who had already recovered, on the ground. The house siblings rushed over, both at a loss. Brother Yi, what's the situation now? Where's junior sister E? Lu Yi flipped onto the tiger's back and said E is safe. The current situation is hard to say. I can only say that the Sky Pillar sect is probably out of luck. The Sky Pillar sect is out of luck? Howren couldn't wrap his head around it for a moment, but when he glanced in the direction the winged serpent left, he immediately reacted. The winged serpent is going to the Sky Pillar sect's encampment? If nothing unexpected happens, yes. Why is the winged serpent going to the Sky Pillar sect's encampment? It's probably because it's in a bad mood today and its killing intent is a bit heavy. Brother Hao, let's part ways here. After Lu Yi finished speaking, Hupa chased in the direction the winged serpent left, leaving the house siblings at a loss. The winged serpent would definitely be lured to the Sky Pillar sect's encampment. This guy was now extremely thirsty for the blood chi in the scale armor and wouldn't give up easily. There were probably many cultivators gathered at the Sky Pillar sect's encampment. After all, he and Hao Ren had just raided their mine and killed many people. The sky was still dark. The people of the Sky Pillar sect didn't dare to come out to investigate at this time, so they could only wait until dawn. But they probably didn't expect that after waiting for so long, the winged serpent would appear. Hundreds of cultivators gathered, filled with murderous intent, waiting for the winged serpent to attack. What else could be said? The situation would definitely become very lively. Lu Yi didn't know if the winged serpent's ability could break through the Sky Pillar sect's defensive array. He was the one who stirred up this muddy water, so he naturally had to join in the fun. Although the house siblings' cultivation was higher than him by a minor realm, 2 8th Order ghost cultivators wouldn't be able to protect themselves in such a chaotic situation. So Lu Yi didn't plan to invite the house siblings. Parting here was the best choice. In the end, they were just strangers who had met by chance. If the winged serpent couldn't break through the Sky Pillar Sect's encampment's defensive array, then it was fine. As long as the two sides clashed, the Sky Pillar Sect's people would suffer casualties. In any case, Lu Yi didn't mind watching the show, so there wouldn't be any losses. Chapter 248. Hao Rin stared blankly at the direction Lu Yi left in. The situation had changed so quickly that he couldn't keep up with it. Brother, why would the winged flood dragon run to the Sky Pillar Sect's encampment if it's in a bad mood? How? Qing couldn't understand. Maybe the Sky Pillar Sect's people provoked it before. So that's how it is. Hao Qing nodded. My silly sister. Hao Run lamented. The winged flood dragon was clearly lured over by Brother Ye. What does it have to do with its mood? Hao Qing was shocked. How did it get lured over? Hao Ren thought to himself, how would I know? But it was definitely Lu Ye's doing. It didn't make sense for the winged flood dragon, who never showed up before, to have such an abnormal action today. He quickly transmitted, the winged flood dragon has come out. It's suspected to be lured over by Lu Ye. It's heading towards the Sky Pillar Sect's encampment. On the spirit ship that accommodated hundreds of cultivators from Silver Light Island, Luo Fu was considering whether to continue forward or return the way he came. He thought that the Sky Pillar Sect's mine had been attacked, so they would definitely make some moves. But in the end, the Sky Pillar Sect didn't make a move, which made him very uncomfortable. He had brought hundreds of people with him. He thought he could take the opportunity to make a big move, but the Sky Pillar Sect didn't give him a chance at all. After dawn, the Sky Pillar Sect would definitely investigate the situation at the mine, but once dawn came, they wouldn't be able to hide with so many people. If they were discovered, the Sky Pillar Sect would definitely hide in the encampment, which would be equivalent to a wasted trip. Just as Luo Fu was at a loss, he suddenly received a message from Hao Ren. He checked it, and his expression gradually became surprised. He knew every word in the message, but when they were put together, he couldn't understand. What did the winged flood dragon mean? Wasn't that thing a legendary monster? How could it be lured to the Sky Pillar Sect's encampment by Lu Ye? How could Lu Ye have such ability? Was he lying to him? After thinking for a while, he transmitted, Junior Brother Hao, tell me honestly, were you kidnapped by the Sky Pillar Sect? Senior Brother Luo, I'm telling the truth. I can't believe it, but I saw it with my own eyes. I can't not believe it. Let me tell you, the winged flood dragon was 20 feet long. Its body was as thick as a water tank, its eyes like lanterns, and a horn on its head. It was very fierce. Hao Qing was kidnapped. At the lakeside, Hao Ren was going crazy. He thought for a moment and sent another message. Silver Light Island's disciple Hao Ren and his sister Hao Qing weren't kidnapped by the Sky Pillar Sect or anyone else. If what I said to Senior Martial Brother Luo Fu just now is false, may the heavens strike me with lightning and I'll die a horrible death. I respectfully request the heavens to bear witness. After a while, Luo Fu sent a message. Still alive. Senior Brother Luo, trust me. Yes. How could Luo Fu not believe that the heavenly secret oath had been made? The legendary winged flood dragon really existed, and it was led to the Sky Pillar Sect's encampment by Lu Ye. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. On the deck of the ship, Luo Fu was in high spirits and gave the order, full speed ahead! The ship that was originally as slow as a tortoise hummed and trembled. It was wrapped in dense spirit light and quickly headed in the direction of the Sky Pillar Sect's camp. In the Sky Pillar Sect's encampment, Guardian Zhou Qi and Vice Guardian Yu Hongbao led several hundred cultivators gathered in the plaza of the Heaven's Secret Hall. At this moment, there were some pale-faced cultivators standing in front of Zhou Qi and Yu Hongbao, reporting what had happened. They had all escaped from the ore vein. Although Lu Yi and Hao Ren had killed their way into the ore vein was connected in all directions. It was impossible for them to kill all the Sky Pillar Sect cultivators. Naturally, there would be fish that escaped the net. The people who had escaped didn't know what had happened. They only knew that the mine had been attacked and many people had died. As for who had attacked and how many people had attacked, they didn't know. They only knew that there weren't many people who had attacked the mine. Zhou Qi and Yu Hongbao didn't get much useful information, so they could only let the survivors enter. Zhou Qi looked at Yu Hongbao and asked, "What do you think?" These people didn't get ambushed when they escaped. Either there was no ambush outside the encampment, or the people who ambushed us had a big appetite. Zhou Qi nodded. He also thought the same. Under normal circumstances, if there was an ambush outside the encampment, it would be impossible for these people to escape. Now that they had returned safely, it meant that the other party was using a long line to catch a big fish. At this time, they had to remain calm. If they rashly sent out more cultivators, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Let's wait for dawn. It's already dawn, so it'll be dawn soon. As Zhou Qi spoke, he turned his head and glanced at the dark night, as if he could see the endless murderous intent hidden in the darkness. Zhou Qi and Yu Hongbao couldn't be blamed for thinking this way. The main reason was that the 3 Ninth Order cultivators guarding the mine didn't even send back a message before they died. Senior brother Yuan Guang also died for some unknown reason. This gave them an illusion that the force that attacked the Sky Pillar sect this time had dispatched a large number of masters. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for 4 Ninth Order cultivators to die without knowing why. Maybe the 2 nearby Grand Sky Alliance forces had joined forces. They were fighting a battle of wits and courage, but they didn't know that danger was coming from another direction. Under Yi Yi's lead, Ying Jiao approached the Sky Pillar sect encampment with an astonishing momentum. Behind Ying Jiao, Lu Yi rode on Hupa and chased after him. As time passed, the darkness slowly receded and dawn gradually rose on the horizon. The hundreds of Sky Pillar sect cultivators who had been waiting for a long time were only waiting for Zhou Qi's order to kill their way out of the encampment and teach the attackers a lesson. What's going on? Zhou Qi suddenly frowned. He vaguely felt the ground shaking, and there seemed to be a rumbling sound. Yu Hongbao immediately crouched on the ground and pressed his ear to the ground, listening carefully. His face gradually turned solemn. Something big is rapidly approaching here. Ying Jiao. Zhou Qi's voice trembled. What? Yu Hongbao raised his eyes and looked at Zhou Qi, only to see the other party staring in one direction, the corners of his eyes twitching. He quickly got up and followed Zhou Qi's gaze, and he was stunned. The hundreds of cultivators in the Sky Pillar sect's encampment were all dumbfounded. This was because in that direction, a huge snake demon that was 60 meters long was twisting its body and rumbling as it charged. It was actually heading straight for the Sky Pillar sect's encampment. The lake where the Ying Jiao lived was within the Sky Pillar sect's encampment, so the Sky Pillar sect undoubtedly knew more about this vicious beast. Outsiders thought that the Ying Jiao was just a rumor, but the Sky Pillar sect knew that it really existed. Several decades ago, the Sky Pillar sect's older generation cultivators had seen the Ying Jiao swallow the essence of the full moon at night. Over the years, the Sky Pillar sect had thought of subduing this fierce beast and making it their sect's guardian monster beast, but they had never succeeded. After trying a few times and losing a lot of people, they gave up. No one had expected that this vicious beast would actually rush towards the Sky Pillar sect's encampment today. Looking at its aggressive appearance, it clearly didn't come with good intentions. What was going on? Zhou Qi immediately felt that this was Silver Light Island's handiwork, but he quickly rejected this idea. If Silver Light Island really had the ability, they would have already smashed the Sky Pillar sect to pieces. They wouldn't have waited until today. Zhou Qi didn't have time to think about how this elusive, vicious beast would leave the lake where it lived. He shouted for the disciples to increase the power of the defensive array formation while praying in his heart that this vicious beast was just passing by and would soon leave. However, praying was useless. The Ying Jiao didn't change its direction in the slightest. Under the gazes of the several hundred cultivators of the Sky Pillar sect, It slammed into the defensive array's light curtain at an extremely fast speed. Asterisk boom, asterisk, a loud sound rang out, and with the point of impact as the center, a shockwave visible to the naked eye swept out in all directions. The defensive array's light curtain dimmed by a large margin, and ripples spread out. The dim light curtain brightened once more as the Sky Pillar Sex cultivators frantically urged the array's power. Inside the array, the hearts of the Sky Pillar Sex cultivators violently beat along with the impact. Many cultivators even instinctively lowered their bodies. The violent shock caused some of the buildings in the encampment to rustle. Outside the array's light curtain, half of the Ingjiao's 60-meter-long body stood upright. Its head was held high, and its forked tongue flicked in and out of its mouth. Its dark green eyes reflected panicked faces. Its body leaned back slightly, and its snake body seemed to have turned into a longbow. Seeing this posture, Zhou Qi knew that things weren't good. Sure enough, the Ingjiao slammed its head down again. Asterisk boom, asterisk once again the earth shook and the mountains shook. This time, the impact was even more violent than before. Just now, the Ingjiao had rushed over with its momentum and didn't have much of a will. However, this time, it took the initiative to attack. The strength of the two was different. The sex light curtain dimmed a lot before becoming bright again. Asterisk boom boom boom, asterisk the continuous sounds of the impact were deafening. The entire Sky Pillar Sex encampment was in chaos. The mood of the cultivators also fluctuated along with the sex light curtain. The Ingjiao slammed into the sex protective array like a madman. No one knew why it was doing this. The sex protective array could still hold on for a short time, but it would definitely be broken after a long time. The several hundred cultivators present wouldn't be able to stop the Ingjiao's slaughter. Zhou Qi and Yu Hongbao had already asked if anyone in the sect had provoked this fierce beast recently, but they didn't get any useful clues. The only person who knew what was going on was behind a slope 5 kilometers away. He stuck his head out and looked over. Lu Yi followed the Ingjiao's trail and hurriedly rushed over. At a glance, he saw the Ingjiao slamming into the sect's protective array. It seemed that it had a deep hatred for the Sky Pillar sect. It was stable. Lu Yi sent a message to Yi and asked about her situation. After knowing that she was fine, he was relieved. At first glance, the sect's protective array looked like a semicircular light curtain covering the encampment. However, it was actually circular. Half of it was on the surface, and the other half was underground. This was to guard against sneak attacks from underground. Therefore, even if E could escape underground, she couldn't bring the scale armor into the Sky Pillar sect's encampment. However, she didn't need to bring it in. She only needed to hide somewhere underground. For the Ingjiao, who thirsted for the scale armor and blood qi, anyone who dared to obstruct it was an enemy. Since the Sky Pillar sect's protective array was in front of it, it would break it. Chapter 249. The winged flood dragon was a type of snake monster and was only one step away from transforming into a flood dragon. If it could successfully transform into a flood dragon, it would be able to completely break free from the shackles of Heaven's secrets and leave the cage that bound it. However, it had been unable to take this step for so many years. It was only last night when it felt the blood qi in the scales that it knew its opportunity had come. Now that the opportunity was right in front of its eyes, it was blocked by a layer of light barrier. Naturally, the winged flood dragon was furious. Its head was densely covered with snake scales and was extremely sturdy. Every time it charged, it was like a huge hammer smashing into the Sky Pillar sect protecting array. Zhou Qi stood on his flying spirit tool and floated in the air. He looked at the winged flood dragon through the light barrier and shouted, "Winged flood dragon, our sect, and you have always minded our own business. Why are you attacking us today?" Even if a vicious creature like the winged flood dragon couldn't speak, it could more or less understand human speech. Zhou Qi knew that the station was facing a great crisis. If they wanted to resolve this crisis, They had to first figure out why the winged flood dragon had come to attack them. The winged flood dragon raised its head and looked at the tiny figure in front of it. Its forked tongue flickered in and out of its mouth, making a hissing sound. However, after listening for a long time, Zhou Qi still couldn't understand what it was saying. He could only ask his sect's cultivators, who can understand what it's saying. It would be strange if they could understand. The winged flood dragon was already impatient because it suddenly felt that the blood qi that had stopped moving was showing signs of moving again. With a bang, the winged flood dragon slammed its head down again. Zhou Qi was furious. Winged flood dragon, my Sky Pillar sect has no intention of becoming enemies with you. No matter what you're here for, please leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. How could the winged serpent tolerate such a threat? It suddenly stopped moving. Demonic aura surged around its body, and its green eyes grew deeper. Then it opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of green mist at the light screen in front of it. Even though Zhou Qi knew that the fog couldn't do anything to him as long as the sect protecting array wasn't broken, he couldn't help but retreat in fear. With a crackling sound, the light barrier covered by the green mist dimmed at an extremely fast speed. This mist was obviously very corrosive. Fortunately, the Sky Pillar sect's cultivators were frantically repairing it, barely managing to maintain it. Seeing this, the winged flood dragon spat out more green mist. In an instant, the sect's light barrier began to boil the winged flood dragon's head. After smashing its head too many times, it was also a little dizzy. Now that it suddenly realized that its snake mist was useful, it naturally wouldn't hold back. On a slope 5 miles away, Lu Yi was quietly appreciating this scene. He now had a more accurate understanding of Ying Jiao's strength. This vicious creature could probably break through the Sky Pillar sect protecting array by itself, but it would still take some time. The house siblings ran over again. The reason why they knew that Lu Yi was here was naturally because they had contacted her through communication too. This was something that Lu Yi was happy to see, as well as something he had expected. When he separated from the house siblings, he had already revealed that the winged flood dragon was going to attack the Sky Pillar sect's encampment. Lu Yi believed that Hao Ren would definitely send this news back to Silver Light Island. As long as Silver Light Island's guardian envoy wasn't stupid, he would realize that this was an opportunity. Now it seemed that Silver Light Island had indeed mobilized on a large scale. What he didn't know was that the situation was somewhat different from what he thought. Silver Light Island hadn't mobilized after receiving the news of the winged flood dragon, but had already mobilized before. But it didn't matter. Everyone's goal was the same. How long will it take? 2 to 4 hours, Hao Ren replied. 2 to 4 hours was just enough for the winged flood dragon to stall for a while. Once the Silver Light Island's cultivators arrived, they could launch a large-scale attack. At that time, he didn't believe that the Sky Pillar sect protecting array would be able to withstand it. In fact, the Sky Pillar sect protecting array was already on the verge of collapsing. The defensive strength of a sect protecting array was related to the amount of spirit power stored. The more spirit power stored in a sect protecting array, the stronger the defense it could provide at a critical moment. Of course, this kind of storage also had a limit. It couldn't be stored indefinitely. The Jade Blood sect had its own sect protecting array. Lu Yi had taken some time to study it, so he had some understanding of it. The amount of spirit power stored was directly related to the number of array bases in the sect protecting array. That was why Hua Si had said that the more array bases there were, the stronger the defense. The Sky Pillar sect protecting array had an unknown number of array bases, but its defensive strength was much stronger than the Jade Blood sect's. After all, this was the inner circle. If the defensive strength wasn't enough, it wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of enemy forces. But even if it had enough spirit power stored in a sect protecting array, it still couldn't withstand the winged flood dragon's torment. The dark green snake mist was too corrosive and didn't disperse. It also lasted for a long time. At this moment, the winged flood dragon was surrounding the sky pillar sect's light curtain and constantly spitting out snake mist. Looking around, there were large patches of green on the semicircular light curtain. Every patch of green-covered area was accompanied by crackling sounds, and the light curtain was constantly flickering. The spirit force stored in the sky pillar sect's protective array was being consumed at an extremely fast rate. It could be said that the damage the winged flood dragon's head could cause to the sect protecting array was still within the acceptable range. If the winged flood dragon only used its head to attack, it would never be able to break the sect protecting array. This was because the sect protecting array's spirit power was constantly being replenished. However, the snake mist was different. After the snake mist was spat out by the winged flood dragon, it continued to corrode and destroy the sect protecting array. This caused the sect protecting array's spirit power to be drained like water being released from a dam. Senior brother, we can't hold on for much longer. Yu Hongbao rushed to Zhou Qi's side with a solemn expression. Junior brother Zhang Heng said that if we don't find a way to restrain the winged flood dragon, the sect protecting array's spirit power consumption will continue to increase. In less than 6 hours, the sect protecting array will break. 6 to 8 hours. Zhou Qi's eyes were red. He couldn't figure out what had happened to the winged flood dragon. Why did it come here to harm the sky-bearing sect? It had to be known that with the sect protecting array's strength, even if the Silver Light Island attacked, it would be able to hold on for a day or two. However, against the winged flood dragon, it could only hold on for a few hours. Staring at the winged flood dragon, who was constantly spitting out snake mist, Zhou Qi gritted his teeth and said, "Wait a little longer." A fierce beast like the winged flood dragon was too powerful. Even if the sect protecting array's cultivators went out to meet it, they would definitely not be its match. There would definitely be countless casualties. However, he discovered that as the winged flood dragon spat out snake mist, its aura was also weakening. In other words, it had to pay a price for spitting out snake mist. If they wanted to fight the winged flood dragon, they had to wait until it weakened to a certain extent. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to fight. The situation was deadlocked. The winged flood dragon couldn't break the sect protecting array for a while, so the sky-bearing sect cultivators could only wait. After another 2 hours, the winged flood dragon's aura had weakened a lot. Yu Hongbao came to report that the sect protecting array's spirit power had decreased even more. Perhaps it could only hold on for another 2 hours. Zhou Qi knew that he couldn't wait any longer. While waiting, he had already made arrangements. At this moment, he raised his arm and shouted, "Open the array and kill the enemy!" Under the sky-bearing sect's cultivators' actions, a gap slowly opened in the array. The cultivators who were already prepared swarmed out through the gap. Body cultivators holding various defensive spirit tools were at the front, followed by weapon cultivators and ghost cultivators. Magic cultivators were at the back, and medical cultivators were ready to treat their injured cultivators. The several hundred cultivators of the sky-bearing sect moved in an instant. Spells and spirit tools were the first to bloom. Multicolored rays of light bombarded the winged flood dragon's huge body. The fierce attacks caused the winged flood dragon to stagger, and sparks flew from its body. Before the first wave of attacks was over, another wave of attacks was launched. The sky-bearing sect obviously had experience dealing with this kind of powerful monster beast, and were well versed in besieging. Under the dense and unending attacks, the winged flood dragon's body became unstable, and it kept retreating. At this moment, Zhou Qi's ability could be seen. His decision to hold back until now was really wise. The winged flood dragon had consumed too much of its strength in order to break the sky-bearing sect's array. If it had been at its peak, the sky-bearing sect's hundreds of cultivators would have been useless. With a hiss, the winged flood dragon twisted its body. The monster chi surging on its body had become much thinner. The Imperial artifact and spell techniques used by 7th or 8th Order cultivators were not much of a threat to it. A single attack might not even be able to break its snake scales, but once there were enough of them, it would cause a qualitative change. The fine snake scales were blasted off, revealing the winged flood dragon's flesh. Under the attacks of the sky-bearing sect cultivators, snake blood flowed out. Several times, the winged flood dragon wanted to open its mouth to spit out snake mist, but the sky-bearing sect cultivators found an opportunity to throw a spell technique into its mouth, forcing it to close its mouth. 5 kilometers away, Lu Yi frowned. The winged flood dragon seemed to be weaker than he thought. Under the siege of the sky-bearing sect cultivators, it actually felt like it had no power to fight back. If the situation continued to develop like this, then the sky-bearing sect would most likely be able to kill this vicious beast. He had worked so hard for half a day, but had he ended up delivering wealth to the sky-bearing sect? He wasn't the only one who thought so. Zhou Qi, who was commanding the cultivators of his sect, also thought so. Seeing the winged flood dragon retreating in defeat, he couldn't help but feel that it was nothing special, causing him to be on tenterhooks for a long time. However, everyone had underestimated the winged flood dragon's cunning. Snakes were vicious by nature, not to mention a powerful snake monster that had transformed into a flood dragon. When the sky-bearing sect cultivators pushed the winged flood dragon back several dozen meters, it suddenly lowered its head without warning. The horn on its head blossomed with lightning, and a bolt of lightning from its arm blasted into the spell cultivator camp behind the crowd. When the bolt of lightning exploded, several weak spell cultivators nearby instantly turned into a bloody mist. Not only that, the fine lightning began to wander, causing a large number of spell cultivators to tremble violently. They had no choice but to interrupt the spell techniques they were casting. Boom! 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 Thunderbolts constantly blasted out from its horn. The spell cultivator camp was instantly unlucky, and 20 to 30 people were killed or injured. The remaining spell cultivators found it difficult to cast any spell techniques for the time being. Zhou Qi's originally excited expression stiffened on his face. The joy in his heart was shattered by the thunderbolts. Chapter 250. Although the sky-bearing sect cultivators knew about the existence of the winged flood dragon, no one had ever fought with it, so no one knew what this snake monster was capable of. Until now, after luring the sky-bearing sect cultivators a few dozen meters away, the winged flood dragon suddenly showed its might. Its previous display of weakness was just to lure the enemy out of the protective range of the spirit array. A few bolts of lightning fell, and the attacks of the cultivators stopped. The winged flood dragon finally had a chance to catch its breath. It opened its mouth and aimed at the Imperial artifact streams of light lingering around it, spitting out a dark green snake mist. Exclamations rang out as the armament and ghost cultivators who were attacking the enemy with their spirit artifacts discovered to their horror that the connection between them and their spirit artifacts had been cut off. The reason why cultivators could use artifact manipulation was because once they reached the 7th Order realm, they would be able to control spirit chi outside of their body. By storing spirit chi in their spirit artifacts in advance, they would be able to control it when needed. This was artifact manipulation. Of course, this was the artifact manipulation method used by spirit stream realm cultivators. Once a cultivator was strong enough, they would be able to form their divine sense. At that time, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Those spirit sea realm cultivators could directly use their divine sense to control their artifacts. Therefore, the key to artifact controlling for spirit stream realm cultivators was to control the spirit chi stored in their spirit artifacts. However, the dark green snake mist was too corrosive. Even the sky-bearing sect's spirit array couldn't withstand it, let alone these spirit artifacts of different quality. The moment they were enveloped by the snake mist, the spirit chi stored in the spirit artifacts was eroded, and the connection between the cultivators and their spirit artifacts was naturally cut off. Asterisk ding ding dang dang dang. Asterisk, a dense sound rang out as the spirit artifacts in the sky fell down like dumplings. This time, at least 100 spirit artifacts lost control. The winged flood dragon spat out a few more mouthfuls of snake mist, and even more dumplings fell. The spirit artifacts that were lucky enough not to be corroded by the snake mist were all recalled by their masters, not daring to be presumptuous in front of it. The sudden change made it difficult for the spell cultivators of the sky-bearing sect to cast their spells. The armament and ghost cultivators artifact controlling also lost its deterrence. In other words, the sky-bearing sect's long-range attacks were directly suppressed. Zhou Qi's mind buzzed as he felt a chill rush to the top of his head. Ying Jiao lowered its head, its dark green snake eyes flashing with a cruel light. It swung its body slightly, and its huge snake tail was like a wall as it slammed towards the body cultivators at the front. The body cultivators had been prepared for a long time. Their blood and chi surged on the surface of their bodies, and the defensive spirit artifacts in their hands shone brightly. Each of them was as steady as a mountain. There was a loud boom, the radiance of the spirit artifacts dimmed by a large amount. Some of the defensive spirit artifacts that were of insufficient quality were directly turned into fragments under this attack. Along with them, the figures of several body cultivators were sent flying. All of them spat out mouthfuls of blood in midair, their expressions dispirited. Only a few ninth-order body cultivators managed to block this violent blow, but even so they were still forced back as their bodies trembled violently. The attack of a ferocious creature like winged WYRM wasn't something that they could endure at all. If it wasn't for them having the advantage in numbers, merely that attack from before would have caused all of them to perish on the spot. This was not the end of it. After the winged flood dragon's attack, it raised its long tail high and smashed it into the crowd with a loud bang. Those who were quick to react had already run away, while those who were slow to react were directly smashed to the point where not even their bones remained. With just a few strikes, the winged flood dragon's counterattack had disrupted the sky pillar sect's formation. The snake tail rose and fell again and again, and with every strike, someone would die. As if it wasn't satisfied, the winged flood dragon stretched its head down and bit down on the body of a weapon cultivator who had leaped high into the air. As the weapon cultivator screamed in horror, his body was bitten in two. Blood spurted out from the snake's mouth. The visual impact of this scene was too strong, and many cultivators collapsed on the spot. Being struck to death by the winged flood dragon's lightning or being smashed to death by its tail was nothing, but being bitten to death by such a bloody mouth was too terrifying. Run! Someone couldn't bear it and shouted. Who's shouting? Zhou Qi, whose eyes were red, flew into a rage. If the scene wasn't too chaotic, he would have found the person who shouted and killed him. At this critical moment, it was too hateful to shake people's hearts. No one can run. Spell cultivators, cast your spells quickly. Weapon cultivators, ghost cultivators, use your talismans. Body cultivators, block it with me. He was originally commanding from the rear, but at this moment he couldn't care too much and directly rushed forward. This was because he knew that if he, the Guardian, didn't do anything, their formation would be completely disrupted. At that time, it would be even more impossible to resist the winged flood dragon's slaughter. The winged flood dragon was indeed strong, but there were hundreds of Sky Pillar sect cultivators, and they weren't soft persimmons that could be easily pinched. Seeing that Zhou Qi was personally going into battle, the panicked cultivators slowly calmed down. The spell cultivators finally got rid of the disturbance of the lightning power. Spiritual power surged around their bodies, and they once again cast spells. The weapon cultivators and ghost cultivators who had lost their imperial equipment also began to take out their talismans. A group of cultivators led by Zhou Qi stood in front of the winged flood dragon, silently enduring its anger. When looked at from afar, numerous tiny figures that were like ants were scattered in an area in front of the enormous serpent's body. Multicolored lights ceaselessly assaulted it from behind, causing the winged WYRM to hiss endlessly. The scene was rather magnificent. It had to be said that Zhou Qi was indeed an amazing person. In such a situation, he decisively rushed out and took the lead, not allowing his side's momentum to collapse. After paying a considerable price, the situation was actually stabilized by the Sky Pillar sect cultivators. Being able to sit in the position of guardian of a sect's encampment was indeed not for nothing. After using up their talismans, the weapon cultivators and ghost cultivators also rushed forward with their spirit tools. Under the cover of the body cultivators, they constantly hacked at the winged flood dragon's body. Although the winged flood dragon's casual attack could cause them to die without a burial ground, they didn't hesitate. The winged flood dragon scales had an extremely strong defensive power and were as hard as steel. However, no matter how strong the defense was, it couldn't stop the furious cultivators' fearless attacks. The casualties of the Sky Pillar sect cultivators were increasing, but the winged flood dragon's injuries were also increasing. The huge snake's body was densely covered in wounds, and many of its scales had already fallen off. If the situation continued to develop like this, the winged flood dragon might really be repelled. However, it was unrealistic for the Sky Pillar sect cultivators to kill it, because the winged flood dragon would definitely escape if it sensed that something was wrong. Facing hundreds of cultivators by itself, including many in the 8th or 9th order, the winged flood dragon was worthy of being the strongest monster beast in the spirit stream battlefield. Even if Xiao Hui came over, it wouldn't be able to do better. However, the situation definitely wouldn't develop like this. Just as the Sky Pillar sect's morale was at its peak, the figure of a large ship suddenly appeared in their eyes. The large ship was flying in the air, several dozen meters above the ground. Its speed wasn't too fast, but it definitely wasn't slow either. At the bow of the large ship was a pattern that the Sky Pillar sect cultivators were familiar with. That pattern represented Silver Light Island. On the deck, Luo Fu's figure was clearly visible. The people of Silver Light Island had arrived. Standing on the deck, Luo Fu poured his spirit energy into his eyes and watched the battle outside the Sky Pillar sect station from afar. When he found that it was the same as how Ren's real-time message, he was overjoyed and couldn't help but laugh. The heavens are really helping me. Sky Pillar sect, are you going to die this time? Behind him stood a group of Silver Light Island cultivators, all of whom were rubbing their fists. Zhou Qi, who was leading the charge, turned green. The station was being attacked by the winged flood dragon, and the cultivators of the sect had suffered heavy casualties. At this critical moment, their sworn enemy, Silver Light Island, had suddenly come. There was no worse news in the world than this. Last night, when the sect's mineral vein was attacked, he felt that it was Silver Light Island's doing. He originally planned to send people to investigate the situation after dawn, but before he could take action, the winged flood dragon attacked. Zhou Qi didn't have the strength to deal with other matters and could only deal with the trouble in front of him first. Now it seemed that it was Silver Light Island's doing last night. They must have been lying in ambush in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. At this moment, they finally couldn't hold back. Was the winged flood dragon's attack related to Silver Light Island? Zhou Qi didn't know. If it was related, then it was too terrifying. But if it wasn't, then it could only be said that the Sky Pillar sect's luck was too bad. Retreat to the station. Zhou Qi roared and dodged the winged flood dragon's ferocious attack. However, the strong impact still sent his body flying, and he fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Facing the winged flood dragon alone, the Sky Pillar sect might still have the strength to fight, but Silver Light Island also came to join in the fun, so they couldn't show off. Almost at the same time he gave the order, Another gap opened in the defensive formation. The Dharma cultivators in the rear hastily withdrew, followed by the ghost and weapon cultivators and finally the body cultivators. At this moment, the winged flood dragon was already ferocious because of its injuries. How could it let the people of the Sky Pillar sect retreat safely? As the cultivators retreated, the power of lightning once again appeared on its fleshy horn and struck down, causing rivers of blood to flow in front of the sect's defensive formation. In less than an incense stick's worth of confrontation, the Sky Pillar sect had lost nearly 100 people. It could be seen how ferocious the winged flood dragon was. After striking out a few bolts of lightning, the winged flood dragon's momentum weakened greatly. It seemed that it had consumed a lot of energy, so it couldn't use the power of lightning without restraint. The formation closed once more, and the pursuing winged flood dragon was once again blocked outside the light barrier. It madly charged forward, and the wounds on its body split open, dripping with blood. On the other side, under Luo Fu's command, Silver Light Island's large ship brazenly passed by the winged flood dragon and the Sky Pillar sect's encampment. Under the despairing gazes of the Sky Pillar sect's cultivators, it landed on the other side. Figures walked down from the large ship and gathered into a formation of several hundred people in the blink of an eye. The expressions of the Sky Pillar sect's cultivators became even more desperate. The winged flood dragon was still charging at the formation, spitting out snake mist from time to time. It had an almost unsolvable thirst for scales. The Sky Pillar sect alone couldn't stop it, not to mention that the people of Silver Light Island had also arrived. Once they took action and attacked from two sides with the winged flood dragon, the Sky Pillar sect's formation would collapse even faster. Luo Fu, were you the ones who led the winged flood dragon here? Inside the formation, Zhou Qi, who was in an extremely sorry state with blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth, looked at Luo Fu through the light barrier. Luo Fu chuckled and said, "How could my Silver Light Island have such great ability? It was just a coincidence."